Okay. Good afternoon, Pute. Okay. Today we are going to discuss about MCQ paper number 3. Actually, there are some small printing mistakes here. I have to correct that thing. In question number 1, Puta, the answer number 3. Answer number 3, it should be 4. 4 means in answer number 3, the answer is the given answer is given answer is 3. It is not 3. It should be 4. It should be 4. Then the question number 13. Question number 13. The initial wave is not given. No. There is a reflection, a smooth reflection here. But the initial wave trigger is not given. I will give you that trigger when I'm doing that question. So question number 13 should be corrected. Then question number 19. The question number 19, the second answer. The second answer should be corrected as does not change and acceleration of the rocket increases. Does not change, not changes. Does not change. It should be corrected as does not change. Those 3 mistakes are there. We have to correct that thing. I will send the corrected paper, Puta, but today we are going to discuss. No, therefore those 3 things should be corrected. Question number 1 and question number 13 and 19. 13 and 19. Okay. Okay. Shall we start discussion? Okay. Question number 1. In this paper, I have corrected the thing. Question number 1, but I couldn't correct the question number 13 and 19. Yeah, okay. Anyway, shall we start? Question number 19. Actually, I have to say one thing. Those questions are based on exam questions. Most of them are based on exam questions. I'm going to show you how they are related to other exam questions. Okay, because these type of questions are asked so many times. Therefore, those questions are very important questions types in manual exams. Therefore, you have to listen very carefully each and every steps, how to solve these questions, how to solve within short methods. Those things are those things should be considered during this reviewing. Okay. Because those questions are based on, especially based on exam questions. Therefore, those type of questions can be asked for your exams too, because normally in physics MCQ paper, normally more than 50%, more than not 50%, actually more than 60 or 70% are based on past paper questions. Therefore, if you do past paper questions more than 3 or 4 times, definitely you can get better mark. Okay. Therefore, these questions you have to do these questions in separate book or in separate paper, because you have to study again and again those questions. Okay. Then, shall we move to the question number 1? 2 particles A and B have equal kinetic energies, but the velocity of particle B is 4 times that of A. The ratio between momentum of A over momentum of B is. If you want to solve this question, you have to actually the easiest method is the equation of kinetic energy using momentum. Okay, you can relate kinetic energy and momentum. Okay, what is that equation? What is that equation? You know how to find the kinetic energy, you know how to find the kinetic energy. It is equal half mv square. Therefore, relate the momentum of that object and kinetic energy using this equation. Look at this. If I write this one as mv into v, mv into v, this mv product is the momentum of that object, Puta. Therefore, that's another equation for kinetic energy. Using momentum, it is equal half PV, half PV, half PV. This is very important relationship, because normally in past papers, these equations, there are so many questions related to this equation. Therefore, this equation is very important equation. What is that? Relationship between the momentum and kinetic energy. The momentum and kinetic energy, it is kinetic energy is equal half PV, half PV. Okay. In this case, the both particles have same kinetic energy. Both particles have same kinetic energy, and you have to find the relationship between momentum. Okay. Therefore, you have to use this equation instead of this equation. Okay. Because you have to find the relationship between the momentums. Okay. Both kinetic energies are equal. Both objects have same kinetic energies. Therefore, half PV is equal in both cases. Half is common for both particles. Therefore, not one. Therefore, I can write PAVA is equal PB VB. In this question, it is given the velocity of particle B. The velocity of particle B is 4 times that of A. Then no need to write that one, no, because there are no any answer 104. No, in the answer sheet, in the answers, look at the answers. In the answers, there are only 1, 2, 4, 8, and 16. So if any velocity, if any of this velocity is 4 times that of the other one, you don't want to write the equation here, no, because if any velocity 4 times than that of the other one, definitely the ratio between momentums are equal to 4 or 104. No? 4 or 104. 104 is not there. Therefore, definitely the answer should be 4. Therefore, no need to write beyond this step, because 104 is not there. Therefore, the only answer should be answer number 3, that means 4. Okay. Those are the some shortcut methods. Okay, because if you remember this equation, this is the only single step that should be written. This is the only single step. Okay. After that, you can choose the answer using 5 answers. Okay, because there are no any 1 or 4. Then the second one. Now the second one, we can go for the extra question here. Extra question here. Additional questions. Look at the question number 1. This is a past paper question of 2001. Look at the question, Puta. Two particles A and B have equal momentums, but the velocity of particle B is 4 times that of A. බලන්න මේක අරකම නේද බලන්න. Look at this equation. Look at this question. ටක් ගාලා හදලා මට answer කියන්න. So what is the answer? What is the answer? What is the answer for additional question number 1? You can give the answers in the chat box, okay? What is the answer for question number 1? Additional question. Two particles A and B have equal momentums. In this case, momentums are equal, but the velocities of particle B is 4 times than that of A. Equal momentums, but velocities are different. What is the answer? Coco, my answer, sorry. Yes, very good. Answer number 1, no? Answer number 1, yes. How to solve this one? Kinetic energy. You know the kinetic energy equation, no? Kinetic energy equation is half PV. Okay, half PV, but in this case, P is constant, no? P is constant, Puta. Therefore, no need to write P. No need to write P. Therefore, kinetic energy of A over kinetic energy of B is equal VA over VB. You can just write VA over VB, no? Because half P is constant for both cases. It is given. In both cases, it is constant. Therefore, no need to write that one because numerator and denominator will be cancelled out. Okay. Therefore, no need to write. Actually, this part no need to write this part also, but the ratio between kinetic energy of A and kinetic energy of B is equal VA over VB, and it is given VB is 4 times than that of A. Therefore, VB is 4 times than that of A. That means the ratio is 1 over 4. 1 over 4. Therefore, answer is answer number 1. Answer is answer number 1. Okay. Quickly do the second additional question. 2003. බලන්න එක්සෑම් අමාරුයි කියන එක එහෙන බොරුවක් මොකද බලන්න එකම ක්වෙස්චන් එක අහලා තියෙන වාර ගන්න බලන්න. ඔය වගේ හැම එකක්ම ගොඩාක් ඒවා තියෙනවා පුතේ. ඒ නිසා ඕගොල්ලෝ එක්සෑම් ක්වෙස්චන්ස් කරනවා කියලා කියන්නේ හරියට අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕගොල්ලෝ විභාග කරන ගණන් වලින් more than 60% කරලා ගිහින් තියෙනවා. හරි? මම දැන් ඒක පෙන්නන්න ඕගොල්ලන්ට. Okay. Let's do the question number 2. Additional question. A cricket ball is hit for a 6. It leaves the bat at an upward angle of 45 degrees to the horizontal with kinetic energy K. Kinetic energy of the ball at the top of its flight is. That ball has a kinetic energy K at the beginning. Now we are asked to find the kinetic energy at its highest point. How to do that? What is the answer? What is the answer? Yes, answer number 3. No? How to solve that? Hmm? Look at this. Initially, the ball has a velocity of u, no? Velocity of u. Hmm? But it is a projectile. Therefore, at the highest point, the vertical velocity will be 0. There is only one velocity, that is horizontal velocity. Therefore, it is equal to u cos 45. That means u over root 2. Okay. Therefore, velocity in the first case, second case is u to u over root 2. U over root 2. In this case, mass is constant, Buddha. Mass is constant. Therefore, kinetic energy should be proportional to square of velocity. Square of velocity, because kinetic energy is equal half mv squared. No? Half mv squared. It is the equation for kinetic energy. In this case, we have to use this equation. Okay. So, as this is the same ball, m is constant. M is constant. Therefore, kinetic energy should be proportional, directly proportional to v square. No, now I know the ratio between velocities. I have to get the ratio between the square of velocities. That means if you square this one, u squared is equal u squared over 2. So what is the ratio between first and second case? 1 to half, no? 1 to half. Therefore, kinetic energy should be in the same ratio. It should be in the same ratio because kinetic energy is directly proportional to the v square, u square. Okay. Therefore, kinetic energy at the highest point should be equal to half of the k. Okay. Did you get this one? Okay. Shall we move to the second question? Thank you, Bata. Shall we move to the second question? Second question. An organ pipe closed at one end resonates with one of the string of a guitar. The length of the string is 0.8 times that of the pipe. If both pipe and string vibrate at their fundamental frequencies and the end correction of the pipe is neglected, the ratio between speed of wave on the string over speed of sound in air. Okay. Okay, look at this. In this case, there are two, actually, in this question, two cases. First one is organ pipe. There's organ pipe. And second one is string. The length of string is 0.8. Suppose this one is L. This length is 0.88. And okay. In this case, there's a resonance. There's a resonance if this string vibrates its fundamental frequency, it's resonate with this organ pi. According to the given data, both are vibrate in their fundamental frequencies. Okay. So if it is fundamental, if this organ pipe vibrates it is fundamental frequency, the wave shape should be like this, no? Wave shape should be like this. That is a fundamental wave shape. If this string vibrates in its fundamental frequency, the wave shape should be like this, no? This is the fundamental frequency, fundamental wave shape. Those are the fundamental wave shapes. In this case, it is given these two instruments are resonate in resonance state, no? So if they are in resonance state, what you can say? If they are in resonance state, what you can say about this? Tell me. So it is now this is the given data. I have drawn this given data. Okay, but in this question, there is one word. What is that? Both instruments are resonate. So what is that? Data. So what is the data you can get from that statement? Similar. Similar means Puta? What are the similar property? What is the similar property? If they are resonate each other, what is the similar property? What is the similar property? If they are in, yes, if any instrument or if any sound sources are in resonant state, that means the vibration frequencies should be equal. That is the meaning of resonance. Resonance means they are vibrating in same frequencies. Therefore, frequency of this case and frequency of this case are equal to each other. That is a main logic we can use to solve this question. That is the main logic. Look at this. Actually, look at this question. That single word is the main logic to solve. Is the main logic that can be used to solve this equation. No? If you do not know about resonant or resonant state, then you cannot solve this equation. Solve this question. Okay. Look at this. Now these two instruments are now in resonant state. Therefore, frequencies, the vibrating frequencies are equal in both cases. Now we are asked to determine the ratio between velocities. You know velocity, V should be equal F lambda. F is constant for both cases. Therefore, V directly proportional to lambda. No? V directly proportional to lambda. No? V equal F lambda. F is constant because they are in resonant state. Therefore, I can say V directly proportional lambda. V directly proportional lambda. Actually, no need to write this anything, okay? I am writing this thing because I have to explain that to you, okay? But when you are doing this question, you do not want to write anything, okay? The first thing you have to determine this one. As they are in resonant state, V should be directly proportional to lambda. Therefore, you can solve these equations. Should solve this question using this relationship. Therefore, the speed of wave in string, this one. I can write this one S and this one O, okay? I have to find this one, Vs over Vo. Vs over Vo. So Vs over Vo means lambda S over lambda O, no? Because V directly proportional to lambda, therefore Vs over Vo means lambda S over lambda O. Lambda S. How to find lambda here? How to find lambda here? You know, lambda means the length of full wave. Length of full wave, Puta. Lambda means length of full wave. Full wave is something like this. It is a full wave. It is a full wave. Therefore, lambda is the length of full wave. So, when it comes to standing wave, when it comes to a standing wave, normally the full wave means this kind of one. Full wave means two loops, okay, two loops, because this is the, if it is the main wave, this should be the reflected wave. If it is a main wave, this is the reflected. Therefore, because normally standing waves are formed by the reflection of two progressive waves, no? Therefore, the lambda wavelength should be equal to the length of two loops. Length of two loops. Okay. In this case, there is only one loop. Therefore, the lambda should be 2 times that. No, 2 times that. Therefore, in this case, lambda is equal to 1.6. 1.6. I don't know to write L because L to L will be cancelled out. In this case, there is only 1/4 of a full wave, no? 1/4 of full wave, no? This shape with 1/4, no? Therefore, lambda here, in this case, lambda should be 4 times of this length. 4 times of this length. Okay, that means it is equal to 4. It is equal to 4. If you want to write L, you can write L. Okay, but both are cancel out. Okay, will be cancelled out. Therefore, no need to write L here. 1.6 over 4 means the answer is 0.4, no? 0.4. 0.4. Answer number 3. Answer number 3. Okay. Okay. There's no any additional question here. මම මෙතන additional question එකක් දුන්නේ නැත්තේ පුංචි හේතුවක් නිසා. Because I have actually you are given some special question. I think I don't know actually whether you can remember that or not, but in our previous class I have given you a small question. What is that? This is about V equal F lambda. V equal F lambda equation. What is this equation? According to this equation, V equal F lambda, but F means frequency, does not depend on V or lambda. It does not depend on V or lambda. So my question was, what is the reason for that? What is the reason for that? And what is this equation? What is this equation? This equation is a universal equation. This equation can be applied for any wave, any type of wave, whether it is a transverse wave or longitudinal wave or electromagnetic wave or water wave or any kind of wave, light wave. You can apply this equation for any kind of wave in any media. My question was, what is the reason for that? What is the reason for that? Do you have any answer? Do you have do you have an answer for that one? Hmm? No. Count means Buddha. Can you explain that one? Count means? Hmm? Okay. How does wave produce? How wave produce? Hmm? Vibration. Okay. Vibration of what? Vibration of what? Okay. Okay. Shall I explain that one? Suppose, what is the definition of frequency? What is the definition of frequency? Hmm? Suppose there is a string number. Okay. Number of oscillation of what? Frequency is number of oscillation per unit time. Okay. Number of oscillation of what? Hmm? Okay. I will explain, Buddha. Look at this. Okay, I will explain. I will explain. Okay. Look at this. Suppose there is a slinky. Suppose there is a slinky here, and मैं आता खोदे कहता ही नहीं. Suppose I am holding this slinky, okay? Okay. If I want to produce a wave through this slinky, what should I do? What should I do? I have to vibrate my hand, no? I have to oscillate or vibrate my hand, no? If I vibrate my hand, what will happen? If I vibrate my hand, what will happen? a wave will be produced, will be travel through this string, You can understand that thing, no? If I vibrate my hand, what will happen? There will be a wave within this string. Okay? Okay. That means this wave is produced by vibration of the hand, no? Vibration of the hand. Therefore, this wave is produced by this man or this item, no? That is called as the wave source, Puta. Wave source. Wave source. So this is the object. This is the object or instrument that produces waves. Okay. Therefore, this man is the one who vibrates the media. Okay. So that is called as sound source. No, not sound source, wave source. Sound is a wave. Therefore, it can be considered, if it is a sound wave, normally we call it as sound source. But commonly, this is called as wave source. No? Wave source is the object or instrument that produces waves. Okay. Therefore, if I vibrate my hand, what will happen? There will be a wave within this string key. Okay. Suppose I'm vibrating my hand one time, only one time. I vibrate my hand only one time per second. What will happen? If I vibrate my hand only one time, then there will be only one wave here, no? There will be only one wave, no? If I vibrate my hand 2 times per second, then what will happen? There are 2 waves here, no? There are 2 waves per one time, per one time, per 1 second, no? Per 1 second. If I vibrate my hand 3 times per second, what will happen? There will be 3 full waves. There will be 3 full waves here per second. No? That means if I vibrate more in within a given within a second, that what will happen? What will happen? There will be more full waves, no? There will be more full waves. Frequency is number of full waves per 1 second. Number of full waves per 1 second is called as frequency of that wave. Okay, frequency is number of full waves that is produced within 1 second. Within 1 second is called as frequency. That means, what is the factor frequency depends on? What is the factor?
Source.
Yes, source. Very good, source. If I vibrate more times within 1 second, there will be more full waves within 1 second, Puta. Therefore, the frequency of wave depends on this factor. What is that factor? Vibration of wave, vibration of source. Therefore, that is the only factor that affects to frequency of a wave. Okay. Therefore, frequency of a wave depends on sound source only. Not sound source, wave source only. Therefore, F depends on wave source. That is the only factor that affects to frequency. Then, what is this equation? What is this equation, Puta? What is this equation? How to derive this equation? This is not a wave equation. Actually, although we use this equation for um, uh, solving some properties of wave, uh, this is just a motion equation. Okay, equation of motion. What is that? This is SC equal UT equation. You know this equation very well, no? This is a equation in linear motion. Equation in linear motion. So if I subject U here, U means distance over time. Distance over time. So I can apply this one to a wave. To a wave. Look at this. Suppose there's a full wave here. If there's a full wave, this wave travels how much distance? The travel distance? Travel distance is equal to lambda, no? Because as I told you earlier, this length is called as lambda or wavelength. Therefore, if I take full wave, the travel distance of this wave is equal to lambda. Therefore, in this case, S is equal to lambda. So, if I want to apply this equation, I want to know what is the time? What is the time up to this level? What is the time? Time taken for produce one wave is called as its period, no? Period of time, capital T. So time is T is equal to capital T. T is equal to capital T. Capital T is period of oscillation. Okay, time required to produce one full wave is called as period of oscillation, that is represented by capital T. Therefore, the travel distance is equal to lambda. The time taken to travel distance is equal to capital T. So if I apply this one into this equation, you want to find the velocity. So V is equal, S means lambda over time. You know the relationship between T and F. T means period of oscillation, F means frequency. The relationship between T and F is equal or not. This is the relationship between T and F. So if you apply this one into this figure, this equation, you will have V equal F lambda. V equal F lambda. Therefore, V equal F lambda is not a equation of waves. It is just S equal UT. It is just a equation of linear motion. It is equal to this equation, S equal UT. Therefore, you can apply this equation for any motion in any media. Therefore, that is the reason we can apply this equation for any wave in any media, because this is not an equation related to wave properties. This is just a equation of linear motion. Okay. Therefore, normally we are applying this equation for traveling of waves. That means, suppose there is a wave travels from one point to another point, then there is a definitely we have to apply this equation, because there is a motion of wave. So if there is a motion in a wave, then we can apply this equation. Okay. Motion means travel from one point to another point. Therefore, this equation is not a wave equation. Although we apply this equation for waves, this is not a wave equation. This is just a S equal ut. S equal ut. So we can apply this equation any kind of wave in any media. So this is something like universal equation, but we have to apply this equation for motion in waves. Motion in waves. When a wave in a motion, then we can apply this equation. Okay. Did you get my point?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can take a screenshot.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Shall we move to the next question?
Okay, sir.
So what is the answer for question number 3? Question number 3. Okay. Look at the question number 3. The mass of 2 kg moving with a velocity of 1.2 ms minus 1 collides with the light spin of spin constant 50 Newton per meter kept horizontally on a frictionless table as shown in figure. The maximum compression of the spin after the collision will be. Actually, this is a question related to energy conservative law. Okay. All right. The initially this mass has a kinetic energy. It has a kinetic energy. Once this ball, okay, so this initially this ball has a kinetic energy 1.2 ms minus 1 2 kg. Once this ball collides with this spin, what will happen? This spin will be compressed, no? It will be compressed. Therefore, the kinetic energy of this ball is used to compress this spin. Therefore, the kinetic energy, the kinetic energy of this ball will be used to compress this spin, no? Compress this spin. Therefore, the kinetic energy will be converted into the potential energy of this spin. Okay. Therefore, if we apply energy conservation law, the initial energy is kinetic energy half mv squared, and this kinetic energy fully converted to the potential energy of this spin. Okay, this is fully utilized. This kinetic energy is fully utilized to compress this spin. If I compress this spin, there will be a compression potential energy. Okay, that is, so therefore this kinetic energy fully converted into this potential energy how to find that one? It is equal to half kx squared, no? Half kx squared. Therefore, half to half will be cancelled out. M is 2 kg. V means 1.2 into 1.2. K means 50 x squared. How to solve this one? You have to take square root of this particular expression to solve x squared. Okay. Therefore, I will do some small, very small thing to this expression. Okay. Look at this. If I multiply both sides by 2, this will be converted into 100. 100 is a full, 100 is a square of 10. If I multiply this side by 2, then there will be 4 and 1.2 square. So if I multiply both sides by 2, definitely all are whole square number. So x squared is equal, I can write this one as 2 times 1.2 times 1.2 over 100. No? So x is equal 2 times 1.2 over 10. Make it square root 10. That means 0.24. No? 0.24. That means 0.24. Okay. Okay, first do this question, additional question, 1987 question. බලන්න මේ එක වගේ questions ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ හොදේ. එකක් හරියට උඩ දාගත්තොත් පුතේ ඔක්කොම ටික දාගන්න පුළුවන්. The free end of a spring whose the other end is attached is compressed by a small distance x. The spring constant, the force required for unit tension of a spring is k. The maximum speed that can be imparted to a mass m placed near its free end when the spin is released. මේකෙම අනිත් පැත්ත අහන්න. මේකෙම අනිත් පැත්ත අහන්න. හරි. දැන් මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? ස්ප්‍රින් එකක් අපි compress කරලා තියෙනවා, compress කරලා release කරනවා. So there is a speed which is already compressed and we have placed some mass, capital M mass, near to that spring, and after that we will release that spring. Okay. The question is, what is the maximum speed? No. What is the maximum speed of that particle after the collision? That means Okay. Suppose if I compress this kind of spring, what will happen? There is a potential energy stored within this spring, no? So how to find that potential energy? It is equal to half kx squared. It is equal to half kx squared. This is the potential energy which is stored within this spring. Okay. Then I'm going to place a ball here. Then I'm going to release this spring. If I release this spring, what will happen? It will be released. Once it is released, this compressed potential energy will be released, no? Will be released, and it will be converted into the kinetic energy of this particle. So this energy will be converted into the kinetic energy of this ball, because the ball is now touches the spring. Therefore, once the spring is released, that energy will be transferred to this ball, and once the ball gets that energy, its kinetic energy will be increased. Therefore, this potential into the kinetic energy of this ball. So this is equal half mv square. Half square. Half to half will be cancelled out. So V means x into k over x into k over. හරිලේසි ප්‍රශ්න එකක් තියෙන එක අමාරු නැහැ. Okay. Another question. Suppose there is a spring here. There is a spring here. And there is a mass, simple m, h distance above the m. I am going to release this mass freely onto this spring. Okay. I am going to release this mass freely onto this spring. Okay. My question is, what is the maximum compressed length of this spring? What is the maximum compressed length of this spring? Quickly do it and send you answers. Quickly do it. අදලා WhatsApp එකක් දාන්න පුතේ. මට ඇත්තටම බලන්න ඕනේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ මෙතන මේ කොහොමද energy conservation එක දාන්නේ කියලා. Okay. What is my question? There's a ball here from h distance above this spring, and I'm going to really ball freely onto this spring. My question is, what is the maximum compressed length of this spring? Suppose the spring constant is k. Okay. The spring constant is k.
Sir, the mic is muted.
Okay. This is the ball. Then once it may drop to this screen, suppose this spring has been compressed x distance, okay, x distance. Now ball is at this level, okay. Tell me how to apply this energy conservation law. Energy conservation law. Okay. In this case, the most common error you can actually the most common error is normally students think the initial potential energy is mgh. Is mgh because normally most of the students may take the potential energy zero level. Normally most of the students take this level as the potential energy zero level. Okay. මෙතන මේක මේ මුලින්ම හිතන්නේ මේක විතරයි. හරිද? ඒ නිසා ගොඩක් කට්ටිය මේක තමයි potential zero level එක ගන්න. That is wrong thing, okay? Because this now this ball is about h distance above this speed, but once this ball hit this spring, it will be compressed. No, it will be compressed and it goes with this speed. This ball goes with this spring until this level. This is the level this ball stop its motion. The velocity will be zero at this level, not at this level, okay? Not at this level. If you consider this level, there are two kind of energy. One is potential energy, other one is kinetic energy. Therefore, in this case, in here, there is a kinetic energy because this ball goes with this spin. No? This ball goes with this spin until this level. Therefore, until this level, this ball has a velocity. This ball has a velocity. Therefore, it has both kinetic and potential energies. Okay. Therefore, do not take this level as potential energy zero level. Okay. I think it is better to take this level as the potential energy zero level. This is the I can take this level as the reference level because the kinetic energy is zero at that level. Okay. Okay. Therefore, in this level, potential energy also zero, kinetic energy also zero. Okay, potential energy and kinetic energy, both energies are zero. Therefore, there will be only one energy here. What is that? That is the elastic potential energy of that spin. Okay, elastic potential energy of this spin. Okay, because in this at this level, the velocity of ball is zero, and I have taken potential energy 0 too. Therefore, kinetic energy of this ball and potential energy of this ball both are zero at this level. Therefore, there's only one energy at this level. What is that? Elastic potential energy of this spring. Okay. Therefore, if I write energy conservation law, initially the potential energy, how much the potential energy? mg x plus h, okay, x plus h, because this is the reference level now, okay, this is the reference level. Therefore, initially this ball has a potential energy which is equal to mg h plus x, okay. Now it should be equal to the final energy. Okay. This is the initial point, this is the final point. In the final point, potential energy is 0, kinetic energy also 0, and there is only one energy here, that is the elastic potential energy of this spring. How much the elastic potential of this spring? It is equal to half k x squared. X means the compression length, compressed height. Okay. Did you get my point? තේරුණාද මේ ගත්තේදී? Okay. Because normally most of the students may take this level as the potential energy 0 level and apply equations. That is wrong. Because that no, actually you can take it as potential energy 0 level, but it is difficult to solve the equation because this mass has a velocity here. So if you take this level as potential energy 0 level, then definitely you have to consider that mass. So consider that velocity also. So it is hard. So if I take this level as the potential energy 0 level, I can zero both potential energy and kinetic energy. Okay. Then how to solve this equation? Now this is a quadratic equation, Putha, so I can convert that equation into quadratic equation. So k x squared. So if I multiply this by 2 and take it into this side, minus 2 mgx, I have multiplied this by 2 and take it into this side. Therefore, 2 mgx minus 2 mgh equals 0. Okay. Therefore, if you want to solve this equation, you have to use the solutions of quadratic equation. Solution of quadratic equation. Suppose if you are given this kind of quadratic equation, bx ax squared plus bx plus c is equal 0. The solutions of this kind of quadratic equations are equal. X is equal minus b plus or minus b squared minus 4ac over 2. So that is the way of solving quadratic equation that cannot be factorized. Normally, if we can factorize this equation, then we can solve the quadratic equation. But as there are only algebraic terms here, we cannot factorize this equation. Okay, we cannot factorize. If there are numerical values, then we can factorize this equation and solve the quadratic equation. but in here we cannot do that. So if you have this kind of situation, you can use this equation. That means, suppose if there is a quadratic equation ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0, then the solution of this equation is minus b. Minus b means coefficient of x plus or minus b squared minus 4ac. A is the coefficient of x squared, c is the number constant over 2a. So this is the way of solving this kind of equation. So don't go beyond that, because I don't want to solve a mathematical equation here. I just want to apply the physics knowledge, physics theory into this scenario. Okay. If you want to take a screenshot, please take a screenshot now. Okay. Shall we move to the next question? One end of stretch string is attached on a wall when the other end of the string vibrates with frequency f1. A standing wave is set up along the string. The tension in the string is now triple while maintaining the same number of loops in the string. If the new frequency of vibration of the string is f2, the ratio f2 or f1. F2 or f1. Okay. What is the answer? If you got the answer, please mention that. මම question එකක් ගත්තාම පුතේ එන්න පුළුවන් හැම විදියෙම කරන්නේ. මොකද ඔය එක question එකකින් එන්න පුළුවන් හැම විදියෙම කරොත් එහෙම ඕගොල්ලන්ට ඒක ඕගොල්ලෝ හරියටම ඕගොල්ලෝ understand කරගත්තොත්, ඕගොල්ලෝ ඒක හරියටම study කරගත්තොත් ඕගොල්ලන්ට අහන ඕන question එකක් කරකවලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? ඒක නිසා ඒකයි මම මේකට අර background questions උත් කරලා ඕගොල්ලන්ට තේරුම් කරන්නේ. ඒ නිසා ඕගොල්ලෝ කරන්න ඕනේ පළවෙනි දේ තමයි අද ක්ලාස් එක වුණාට පස්සේ අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔය කියා දීපු ටික ස්ටඩි කරන්න ඕනේ අදම. අදම නැත්තම් හෙටම හරි කමන්න පුළුවන් තරම් ඉක්මනට ඔක ස්ටඩි කරන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් රෙකෝඩින් එක බලලා ආයෙසරයක් ස්ටඩි කරන්න ඕනේ. හරි. මොකද එහෙම නැතු වුණොත් එහෙම වෙන්නේ අමතක වෙනවා සහ අපි කරන දේ අර 100% ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ප්‍රයෝජනයක් වෙන්නේ නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? ඒක නිසා මේකේ 100% ප්‍රයෝජනයක් ගන්න නම් අද අපි කරපු questions වගේම කරපු extra questions ටිකත් හරියටම ස්ටඩි කරන්න. හරියටම ස්ටඩි කළා ඕගොල්ලෝ ගාව ඇති සමහර විට ඔය classified මොනවද paper books ඇති classified paper books වල බලන්න ඒවට equal questions තියෙනවද කියලා. ඕන තරම් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒවා ඊළඟට කරන්න. හරිද? එහෙම තමයි ඇත්තටම හරියටම paper class එකක paper එකක් කරලා 100% ගන්න පුළුවන් ඒ විදිහට. හරිද? එහෙම නැතුව දැන් මේ paper එක discuss කරලා උත්තර කියා දීලා තේරුමක් නැහැ පුතේ. paper එක discuss කරලා උත්තර කියා දෙනවා නම් අතරම ඉතින් ඕක මේ pass paper ගත්තොත් ඉතින් pass paper බුක් කළක් තියනවලු පුතේ මේ උත්තර. එහෙම නම් එහෙමත් ගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම කරලා තේරුමක් නැහැ. හරිද? ඒකයි මම මේ කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍ය paper class එකක් කරනකොට ඔය වටපිටාවේ ඔක්කොම කරන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? මොකද එතනින් අපි වටපිටාව කරනවා කියලා පුතේ මම නිකන් කරලා වැඩක් නැහැ. ඒක ඕගොල්ලොත් කරන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? ඕගොල්ලොත් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා කියන්නේ මේ මොකද දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි එක්සෑම් ක්වෙස්චන් එකක් ගත්තොත් එහෙම එක්සෑම් ක්වෙස්චන් එකක් normally ඒ එක්සෑම් ඕනිම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අලුත් ක්වෙස්චන්ස් එනවා අඩුයිනේ සාමාන්‍ය එක්සෑම් එකට ආයි same questions තමයි අහන්නේ හරිද normally more than 60% normally 70% විතරම අහන්නේ ආයි අහපු question තමයි හරිද එතකොට 70% සානවා කියලා කියන්නේ නිකමට හරි පුතේ ළමයෙක්ට ඒකක් ස්කෝර් කරගන්න පුළුවන් ඇත්තටම පාස් පේපර්ස් කරලා. හරිද? ඒක නිසා හැබැයි ඉතින් මුලින් ඉඳලම කරන්න ඕනේ. මම දැන් ඔය මාත් දැන් ඔය ඔයගොල්ලන්ට දෙන්නෙත් අර මේ 83 වලින් තමයි දෙනවා. දැන් අර යුනිට් ඇන්ඩ් ඩිමෙන්ෂන්ස් වලත් මම 83 වලින් තමයි දුන්නා. ඒ වගේ 83 වලින් තමයි පාස් පේපර්ස් මේ යුනිට් වයිස් කරනවා. දැන් ඊට අමතරව මේ වගේ මික්ස් ක්වෙස්චන්ස් මම කරනවා. එතකොට ඕගොල්ලන්ට අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕක අය අහු වෙනවා. හරිද? හැබැයි එහෙම කියලා ඕගොල්ලෝ ස්ටඩි කරේ නැතොත් ඕක කරන්නත් බෑ. හරිද? ඒක හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි normally කියන්නේ අපි පාඩම් කරන දෙයක්. මම මේ අහන ප්‍රශ්නෙට බලන්න උත්තර දෙන්න දන්නවා නම් පාඩම් කරන දෙයක් සාමාන්‍ය අපිට ඒ කියන්නේ 100% පාඩම් කරපු දේ 100% ඒ විදිහටම මතක තියෙන average time එක කීයද? average time එක. කොච්චර කාලයක් මතක තියෙනවද? සාමාන්‍ය
2 weeks 3
අපොයි නෑ. ඔය එක එකලාට වෙනස් වෙනවා. හරිද? හැබැයි මේ normally පුතේ half an hour පැය භාගයක්. half an hour තමයි අපිට fully remember වෙන්නේ. ඒක average එකක්. එක එකලාට වෙනස් වෙනවා. දැන් මම හිතෙන්න පුළුවන් නෑ සර් මට නම් ඕක පැය දෙක තුනක් නේ දවස් දෙක තුනක් මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන් නේ කියලා. වෙනස් වෙනවා. නමුත් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේ bulk එකක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් එහෙම average ගත්තොත් half an hour තියෙනවා. හරිද? fully remember තියෙනවා. හරිද? fully remember කියලා කියන්නේ පුතේ කිසිදු වෙනසක් නැතුව ඒ විදිහට මතක තියෙන එක. හරිද? half an hour තියෙන. ඊට පස්සේ මතක තියේ නමුත් අර 100% නෙවෙයි 99 98 95 ඊට පස්සේ 80 ඔය වගේ හොය ගිහිල්ලා ඒ විදිහට තමයි මතක හිටින්නේ. දැන් 90 ගානක් මතක තියෙනකොට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පොඩ්ඩක් අමතකයි කියලා. අන්න ඒකයි තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ. මොකද සාමාන්‍ය හිතන්නකෝ more than 90% මතකයි නම් අපේ gut feeling එකක් එනවා හරි මට මේක ඔක්කොම පුළුවන් කියලා. හරිද? නමුත් loss වෙච්චි 10% වගේ තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? ඒ නිසා normally අපිට half an hour තමයි සාමාන්‍ය එක දෙයක් ඔලුවට යන්නේ. හරිද? ඒක නිසා සාමාන්‍ය අපි ඔය කියන්නේ මාත් ඔය මේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කතා කරන්නේත් ඔය වගේ වෙලාවට තමයි මේ ඒ කියන්නේ එතකොට පොඩි බ්‍රේක් එකක් එනවනේ. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පුතේ ඕගොල්ලොත් සාමාන්‍ය ස්ටඩි කරනකොට normally ඕගොල්ලෝ මුලින්ම අඳුර ගන්න ඕනි අර ඕගොල්ලන්ට continuously යන්න පුළුවන් maximum time එක. එක එක්කෙනාට වෙනස් වෙනවානේ. මම ඔය half an hour කියලා කිව්වේ average එක. ඔක එක එක්කෙනාට වෙනස් වෙනවා. ඒක නිසා කෙනෙක් හිතන්නකෝ මේ 1 hour fully concentration කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. fully concentration කරන්න පුළුවන් time එක අඳුර ගන්න. පාඩම් කරනකොට. හරිද? fully concentration කරන්න පුළුවන් time එක අඳුරගත්තට පස්සේ හිතන්නකෝ පැයයි කියලා. 1 hour කියලා. දැන් මට fully concentration කරන්න පුළුවන් 1 hour විතරයි. එහෙනම් 1 hour වලින් පස්සේ ඔයා දැනගන්න break එකක් දෙන්න ඕන. පුංචි break එකක් දෙන්න. දැන් maths කරන ළමයට එක බොහොම ලේසියෙන් කරන්න පුළුවන්. maths කරන කෙනෙක්ට පුළුවන් නම් මේ maths ගානක් හදන්න පුළුවන්. මං කරෙත් ඒක. ඒක මේ මට එතකොට මාර ප්‍රයෝජනවත් ඒක. මොකද maths ගානක් කියලා කියන්නේ තනිකරම දැන් අපි physics බල ඉද්දී පොඩි වෙලාවකින් maths ගානක් හදනවා කියලා කියන්නේ මං නිකන් ඉන්නේ නැහැ නේ කාලේ. ගානක් හදනවා. සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක් තමයි මම කොට දාන්නේ. හරිද? ඒ නිසා maths වල එක මාර වාසියක් කරනවා maths ස්ටුඩන්ට්ස් ලට ඒක. හරිද? මොකද අර break time එකේ මේ අර ඇඩිෂනල් ගානක් හදන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකත් සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකට අදාළයි. හරිද? ඒ නිසා ඒ වගේ දේවල් කරන්න පුළුවන්. මේ එහෙම නැත්තම් අපිට මොකක් හරි දේවල් පුංචි බ්‍රේක් එකක් දෙන විදිහේ දේවල් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ බ්‍රේක් එක මහ ලොකු බ්‍රේක් එකක් නෙවෙයි. පුංචි බ්‍රේක් එකක් දීලා ආයෙ පාරක් කන්ට්‍රෝල් කරන්න. හරිද? හැබැයි කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් එක තමයි මාර වැදගත් වෙන කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් එක. කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් එක අපි හරියටම කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් එක තියාගන්න ඕනි පාඩම් කරන තැන. හරිද? මම ඒකයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මම ළමයිට උපදෙස් දෙන්නේ. ආ ෆිසික්ස් පාඩම් කරනවා නම් ෆිසික්ස් වලට වෙනම එකක් දාගන්න. හරිද? ඒක ඇතුලේ බයෝ මැත්ස් දාගන්න එපා. මැත්ස් නවුලක් නෑ. බයෝ කෙමිස්ට්‍රි වගේ දාගන්න එපා. හරිද? කෙමිස්ට්‍රි දවසට කෙමිස්ට්‍රි විතරක් බලා ගන්න. මොනවද බයෝ දවසට නැත්නම් මැත්ස් දවසට ඒ මැත්ස් දවස නම් අවුලක් නෑ. මැත්ස් කියන දේ පුංචි පුංචි වෙනස්කම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොන බයෝ දවස ගන්න බයෝ දවස බයෝ විතරක් බලා ගන්න. ඒකට හේතුව fully concentration එක දෙන්න පුළුවන් අදාළ සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකට. හරිද? එහෙම නැතුනොත් දැන් හිතන්න සාමාන්‍යව ගොඩක් ළමයි කරන වැරද්දක් තමයි මම එක දවසකුත් මම හිතන ඕගොල්ලන්ට ඔය කලිනුත් කියලා ඇති සමහරට ටයිම් ටේබල් හදාගන්න. මම නම් කැමතිම නෑ ටයිම් ටේබල් හදාගන්නවා කියන්නේ. ටයිම් ටේබල් හදාගන්නවා කියන්නේ පුතේ තන්නේ කරම ස්ට්‍රෙස් එකක් ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ ඔළුවේ තියාගන්න. හරිද? දැන් හිතන්නකෝ මම ටයිම් ටේබල් එකක් හදාගත්තා 7 to 9 ෆිසික්ස් පාඩම් කරනවා 9 to මේ 11 කෙමිස්ට්‍රි පාඩම් කරනවා කියලා. දැන් අනිවාර්යෙන් 7 ඉඳන් පාඩම් කරයි 8 විතර 8:15 වගේ වෙනකම් පාඩම් කරයි. හැබැයි 8:15 වලින් පස්සේ ඔන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ වොච් එක බලනවා. 9 වෙනි කීයද? හරිද? අයි මොකද මේක ඉවර කරන්න බෑ. ඔන්න එතකොට ඕගොල්ලන්ට අනිවාර්යෙන් 9 වෙනි කිට් වෙනකොට අයිසරක් මේක ඉවර කරන්න ඕනේ. ඔන්න එතකොට අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔය ස්ට්‍රෙස් එක එනවාම තමයි. ෆ්‍රී නෑ මයින්ඩ් එක. හරිද? මයින්ඩ් එක ෆ්‍රී නෑ. ඒ නිසා හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න අපි ස්ටඩි කරනකොට ෆ්‍රී මයින්ඩ් එකකින් ස්ටඩි කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ නිසා මම නම් උපදෙස් දෙන්නේ පුළුවන් නම් එක සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක් එක දවසකට ප්ලෑන් කරන්න. ඒක ඕගොල්ලෝ ප්ලෑන් කරන්න ඕනේ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ ක්ලාසස් තියෙන විදිහත් එක්ක ඊට පස්සේ ක්ලාස් වල තියෙන ඕගොල්ලෝ හෝම්වර්ක්ස් කරන විදිහත් එක්ක ඒ ටයිම් මැනේජ්මන්ට් එක මාර වැදගත්. හරිද? දැන් එක දවසක ෆිසික්ස් තියෙනවා නම් ඒ දවසේ ෆිසික්ස් ටික ඉවර කරලා දාන්න. හරිද? ඒ වගේ අර තමුන්ට තියෙන ක්ලාස් ෂෙඩියුල් එකත් එක්ක තමුන් තීරණය කරන්න කොහොමද මම දවස් ටික වෙන් කරගන්නේ සබ්ජෙක්ට්ස් වලට කියලා. දවස් 6ක් 7ක් තියෙනනේ පුතේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එක දවස් එක සතියකට දවස් දෙකක් එක සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකට දාන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? සතියක දවස් දෙකක් සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකකට දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ එක්ස්ට්‍රා ඩේ එක අපිට මොකක් කරේ ඒ කියන්නේ එක්ස්ට්‍රා ඩේ එක කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක මික්ස් එකක් වගේ මොකක් හරි පේපර් කරන්න. හරි මොකක් හරි එහෙම දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? සතියේ දවස් දෙකක් දාන්න පුළුවන් සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකට. ඒක ඕගොල්ලෝ තීරණය කරන්න කොහොමද ඕගොල්ලන්ට තියෙන ක්ලාසස් එක කොහොමද තියෙන්නේ එක එක්කිනාට වෙනස් වෙනවා. හරිද? හැබැයි කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් එක තමයි නම්බර් 1. හරිද? කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් තියාගන්න ඉතින් ඕගොල්ලෝ ඕගොල්ලන්ට පුළුවන් ස්ට්‍රැටජිස් යූස් කරන්න. මොකද මම හැම වෙලේම කියන පුතේ මේක මයින්ඩ් ගේම් එකක්. මයින්ඩ් ගේම් එකක් නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ මයින්ඩ් එක පුළුවන් තරම් ස්ට්‍රෙත් අප් කරගන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම කරගත්තේ නැත්නම් මේ මයින්ඩ් ගේම් එක කොහොමවත් අපිට හරි අමාරු වෙනවා. හරිද? මේක මොකද මේක අර ඕ ලෙවල් සයන්ස් පේපර් එක ඕ ලෙවල් මැත්ස් පේපර් එක වගේ අර මේ නිකන් ආන්සර්ස් ටිකක් දීලා මේ බලන පේපර් එකක් නෙමෙයි. මෙතනදී අපි අනිවාර්යෙන් ඇප්ලිකේෂන්ස් කියන සයිඩ් එක බලනවා. හරිද? ඒ වගේ දෙයක් බලන්න නම් ඒ වගේ දෙයක් තේරුම් ගන්න නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් අපේ මයින්ඩ් එක රිලැක්ස් වෙලා තියෙනවා. හරිද? මම විශේෂයෙන් ඔය මැත්ස් කරන ළමයිට එහෙමනම් මම ඇත්තටම ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට මම කියන්නේ මැත්ස් පේපර් එක දවසට කලින් නම් නිදාගන්න. ඒක ආයෙසරක් බලන්න එපා. තේරුමක් නැහැ. දැන් මොකෝ මැත්ස් ගාන පේපර් එක ගත්තොත් ඒ පුතේ ආයි මැත්ස් දවසට කලින් නිදි වරම් පාඩම් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? බැහැ. තේරුමක් නැහැ. මම ෆිසික්ස් දවල් කියන්නේත් ඒක තමයි. ෆිසික්ස් පොඩ්ඩක් පාඩම් කරලා ඕගොල්ලෝ අනිවාර්යෙන් 6 hour 8 hour ඔයා අනිවාර්යෙන් නිදාගෙන යන්න ඕනේ. මොකද ඕගොල්ලෝ මේක තමයි පුතේ මේ මයින්ඩ් එක තමයි පුතේ ඕගොල්ලෝ අනිවාර්යෙන් මේ මයින්ඩ් එක තමයි ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ තැනකට ගේනවා නම් ගේන්නේ මයින්ඩ් එක ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ. ඕගොල්ලන්ව ඩොක්ටර් කෙනෙක් කරනවද ඉංජිනේර කෙනෙක් කරනවද නැත්නම් තව මොකක් හරි වෙන ප්‍රොෆෙෂන් කෙනෙක් කරනවද කියලා ඩිසයිඩ් කරන්න ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ මයින්ඩ් එක. එවලේ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ මයින්ඩ් එක නිකන් මයින්ඩ් එකක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ මොහොතේ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ මයින්ඩ් එක. හරිද? එහෙමනම් මෙයාට ඕනේ රෙස්ට් එක දෙන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? එහෙම නැතුව හරි අමාරුයි. අපිට උනත් දැන් බලන්නකො නිදි මරාගෙන පාඩම් නෙවෙයි නිදි මරාගෙන වැඩක් කරලා පස්සේ උනත් ආයි ඊළඟට ගිහිලා ගානක් බලනකොට මීටරන අඩුවෙනේ පුතේ. පොඩ්ඩක් මයින්ඩ් එක රිලැක්ස් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක නිසා හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න පළවෙනිම දේ මයින්ඩ් එකට අදාළ රෙස්ට් එක දෙන්න. ඊළඟට කන්සන්ට්‍රේෂන් වෙච්ච මයින්ඩ් එකෙන් පාඩම් කරන්න පටන් ගන්න. හරිද? එතකොට ඔයාලට පුළුවන් නම් මෙඩිටේෂන් කරලා කන්සන්ට්‍රේට් කරගන්න මයින්ඩ් එක. හරිද? නැත්නම් මොකක් හරි මයින්ඩ් එක කන්සන්ට්‍රේට් කරගන්න ඕනි දේවල් පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? මම යූස් කරේ මම මෙඩිටේෂන් කරලා තමයි මම පාඩම් කරන්න ගත්තේ. හැබැයි ඔක වෙනස් වෙනවා. මගේ යාළුවෙක් හිටියා ඌට මේ සින්දු නැතුව බෑ. ඌ තනිකරම FM channels ටික දාගෙන තමයි එයා පාඩම් කරන්නේ. හරිද? ඒකත් සද්දෙට දාගෙන උට හේම නැතුව බෑ. හැබැයි ඌ ෆස්ට් ටයිම ගියා. හරිද? ඒ ඌගේ හැටි. දැන් මට ඒක කරන්න බෑ. මට තනිකරම නිස්කලංක වෙලා තියෙන්න ඕනි. මම ඒක නිසා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම යූස් කරේ ඇත්තටම මේ මම සාමාන්‍ය 8:00ට රෑ නිදා ගන්නවා. උදේ තමයි මම ඇහැරෙන්නේ. උදේ මම ඇහැරෙනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 2:00 වෙනකොට මම ඇහැරලා උදේ වරුවේ තමයි පාඩම් කරන්නේ. මොකද කවුරුත් කරදර කරන්නේ නැහැ. මාරම නිස්කලංකයි. අර calm and quiet මට වැඩේ කරගන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? ඕක එක එක්කෙනාට වෙනස් වෙනවා. අර ගොඩක් ළමයි ඉන්නේ අර මේ අර ගොඩක් රෑ වෙනකම් පාඩම් කරන කට්ටිය තමයි ගොඩක් ඉන්නේ. හරිද? ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. තමුන්ගේ ටයිම් සෝන් එකනේ. ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. නමුත් තමුන්ගේ ටයිම් සෝන් එක තුල පාඩම් කරනකොට කන්සන්ට්‍රේට් වෙච්ච මයින්ඩ් එකේ පාඩම් කරන්න ගන්න. ඒක තමයි හොඳම. හරිද? හොඳයි. මම පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරේ ඔය පාඩම් කරන විදිය කියලා දෙන්න. හරි. ඕකේ. අපි ඊළඟ ක්වෙස්චන් එකට. Okay, question number 4. One end of a stretch string is at okay. Now there is a stretch string here. Sorry. And one end of this string is attached to a wall or something. Then by vibrating the other end, a wave is produced through this string. Okay. Okay. Now, according to the given question, it is said the tension in the string is now triple. Tension is triple while maintaining the same number of loops. So what is the meaning of that sentence? While maintaining the same number of loops. What does that mean? What is the meaning of that? We are asked to find the ratio of two frequencies, the initial frequency and the after tensioning the new frequency. Okay. There's a small sentence. There's a small sentence. What is that? Say while maintaining the same number of loops. Same number of loops. What is that? Actually, if I produce a wave here, that wave is standing wave. This will be standing wave. This is the vibration from here. Okay. This is a standing wave. Same number of loops means this kind of one. Same number of loops. While maintaining the same number of loops means the wavelength in two cases are equal to each other, no? The first case, suppose in the first case there are 3 loops, and the second case also there are 3 loops. That means the wavelength in two cases are same. That is the point of that sentence. We have to take the wavelength is equal. Okay. Then we are asked to find the ratio between two frequencies. Therefore, according to V equal F lambda equation, if the wavelength is equal, F directly proportional to velocity. F directly proportional to velocity. Velocity of a stretch string. Velocity of a stretch string V is equal square root of T over M. T over M. M is constant here. Therefore, V directly proportional to the tension. Square root of tension. Square root of tension. And this is directly proportional to F because according to V equal F lambda, lambda is a constant. Therefore, V directly proportional to F. V directly proportional to F puta. Therefore, F is directly proportional to square root of T. Square root of T. Therefore, F2 over F1 F2 over F1. So F2 over F1 means T2 over T1. According to the given data, the second case, the tension is triple. Tension is triple. That means 3 times. Therefore, F2 over F1 is equal root 3. Root 3 over root 3 T over T, no? 3 times T, no? Root 3 over T. T to 2 will be cancelled out. That means root 3. Root 3. Okay. You don't want to write this one, okay? I write this step because I want to explain that to you, but you don't want to write this step. You don't want to write anything. You don't want to write anything. You can take this one within your mind, using your mind. Okay. That is the point. Okay. Other thing, once you have this kind of questions, please do not write anything. Please do not write any single sentence in your book. Okay. If you can solve this question using your mind, let's do it. Okay. Because if you improve your mind, if you improve your mind ability, then definitely your thinking ability will be increased, puta. Definitely your thinking ability will be increased. So if you can solve this equation without writing any single steps on your book, then please do it. Okay. Try to do it. Try to do it. Don't write this kind of sentences. Okay. I write this sentence because I want to explain that to you. Otherwise, you cannot understand. But if I am doing this question, I'm not going to write anything. Okay. If lambda is constant, then definitely F directly proportional to V. V is proportional to the square root of T. Therefore, F directly proportional to square root of T. The second time, the T is tripled. Therefore, this should be equal to the square root of 3. Root 3. Okay. Okay. Additional question. 1989. බලන්න මේ question ඔක්කොම එක වගේ නේද කියලා. 1989. 1989. Let's do the question. 1989. And tell me the answer. Tell me the answer. Either you can take the answer using your mind, okay? Without writing any single step. Transverse wave of velocity v are produced in a stretch string. The velocity of wave when its stretch is double. Stress is double. So what is the answer? The velocity directly proportional to square root of tension, no? Square root of tension. Now it is double. If it is double, that means definitely now wave speed should be multiplied by Root 2, no? Root 2. The square root of 2, no? The answer should be answer number 3. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? Now I'm not going to write that one, okay? Now I'm not going to write that one because now you can do a question within your mind without writing any single step, okay? Okay. Question number 5. Okay. What is the answer for question number 5, Buddha? I think I have discussed this theory in the first class. Yeah. This is rotating. Okay. Okay. Now the man A is on this table and man B is on the ground. Okay. This table is rotating now. This table is rotating. Now we are asked to determine the forces. The forces acting on this ball with respect to these two mass. These two men. Okay. This is about frame of inertia. Frame of inertia. What is that one? What is that one? Frames. Frame means, what is a frame? What is a frame? Frame means the place of the observer. The place of the observer is called as a frame. Okay. Therefore, observer can be in anywhere. No. So sometimes we can observe surrounding when we are driving a vehicle, and we can watch the surrounding when we are standing on the ground. Therefore, frames can be any object. A frame can be a moving object. A frame can be a stationary object. Anything. Okay. Frame means where the observer is located. Where the observer is located is called as a frame. Okay. Normally, frames can be divided into two categories. One is inertial frame. Other one is non-inertial frame. Inertial frame and non-inertial frames. Okay. Inertial frames means if there is no acceleration of this frame, that means if the frame is in the stationary state, or if the frame is moving with a constant velocity, those kind of frames are called as inertial frames. Inertial frames means those kind of frames do not have acceleration. So if any frame does not have acceleration, that frame is called as inertial frames. A is 0. No acceleration. So if any frame has an acceleration, that frame is called as non-inertial frame. non-inertial frame. Okay. Suppose this table. Now this table is rotating. No? If any object is rotating, definitely there should be acceleration. No, there should be acceleration, centripetal acceleration. Okay, there is a acceleration toward the center. Therefore, these kind of frames are called as non-inertial frames. Non-inertial frames. But this man, the man B, man B, he's on the ground. He's on the ground. There, normally we take the Earth as an inertial frame. As an inertial frame. Therefore, the man B is in the on an initial frame, while the man A is on a non-inertial frame. Okay. Okay, those are some concept of frames. Okay. Okay. Look at this one. Okay. This man, now this man in now this man is on the table. No? According relevant with respect to this man, relevant to this man, with respect to this man, this object, this ball does not have any motion. No, with respect to this man, because both are in the same object. No, අපි හරියට නිකන් මේ පොළවේ ඉන්නවා වගේනේ. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ මං මෙතන මාත් එක්ක හරි මෙතන හිතන්න. Now suppose these two persons, now they are on the earth. Now they are on the earth. Okay. So with respect to this one, this man does not have any motion. And this man, with respect to this one, this man does not have motion. No? Because both are in the same place. Both are in the same place. But actually, if we look at from the outside, actually both have a motion. No? Both have a motion around the solar system. Okay? Likewise, look at this. This man and this ball are in the same frame. These two objects are in the same frame. Therefore, with respect to this one, this object doesn't have a motion. With respect to this one, this object doesn't have a motion. Okay? Is a motion එකක් නේ. මෙයාට මේක අපේ motion එකක් පේන්නේ නැහැ. හරි මේක ඉන්නේ කෙලින්ම මේක ඇතුළේනේ. Suppose you are you and some of your friend in a car. So if you are in a car, there with respect to you, your friend doesn't have a motion, no? Because he is with you. No? With respect to your friend, you don't have a motion too. Likewise, with respect to this man, this object doesn't have a motion. But you know, according to this man, this ball is moving in a circular path. If it is moving in a circular path, definitely there should be a force into the center, no? Towards the center. It is centripetal force. Otherwise, it cannot be moving. It cannot be moving in a circle, no? Therefore, with respect to this man, this ball is moving in a circle. Therefore, this ball should have a force. Towards the center. Okay, but with respect to this man, this ball is in a stationary condition, so there should not be any force here. Unbalanced force. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? No? තේරුණාද? Look at it. Okay. Again, look at this. This man, and this is in the same frame, Buddha. Both are in the same frame. Both are in the same frame, no? So, with respect to this man, okay, related to this man, this ball doesn't have a motion. This ball doesn't have a motion, no? Okay. Therefore, relative to this man, with respect to this man, this ball does not have a motion. That means it should not have an unbalanced force. Therefore, there should not be a unbalanced force acting on this object, because relevant to this man, this object doesn't have a motion. But relevant to this man, both are moving in a circular path. Both are moving in a circular path. Therefore, there could be a centripetal force toward the center. Centripetal force toward the center. Otherwise, any object cannot move in a circular path. If any object moves in a circular path, that means it should have a force toward the center. Okay? Did you understand? I need your responses. තේරුණාද? Explosion. Okay, thank you. So the answer should be answer number 1, no? According to A, there should be the force is 0. But according to B, the force should be towards the center. Therefore, answer is answer number 1. Okay. Let's do this. Question number, additional question. Additional question. What is the answer? Now the observer is in the ground, no? Now observer is in the ground. Our object is moving inside here. Okay. I'm not going to complete the figure. Okay. Suppose if the observer is watching this movement on the ground. Okay. Definitely, there should be a force into the direction of Earth, that is weight. That is weight. Weight of this weight. That is weight. And other force? Other force should be the reaction, no? The reaction force in between this this inclined surface and this ball. Okay. So those are the two forces acting according to this man. Why I am saying that one? According to this man, Malan Puta, according to this man, this object, according to this man, this object should be move in a circular path. This object should be move in a circular path according to this man. Therefore, definitely there should be a centripetal force toward the center. So how to produce a centripetal force? That produce should be supplied or should be produced by the reaction force in between these two surfaces. No, the component of a reaction force. A component of a reaction force will be act towards the center, and other component will be at horizontal, so vertical line. No? Therefore, the component toward the center, the component of this reaction force center will be the centripetal force required to this circular motion. Okay. So according to this man, there will be two forces. The first thing is weight. The second thing is reaction force. The reaction force, because according to this man, this object is moving in a circular path. Therefore, definitely there should be a centripetal force. That centripetal force will be produced by this reaction. Okay. Normally, actually, it is very easy to think like this. Suppose you are asked to mark the forces or this kind of question. You are asked to mark forces or something with respect to a man who is on the ground. Who is on the ground means you have to mark the forces according to the earth, with respect to earth. Okay, that is the most easiest way to think this. Okay, suppose you are asked to mark the forces relative to a person who is on the ground, means you have to mark the forces with respect to earth. That means there is normal forces. Normal forces means when we are calculating Newton's laws questions and circular motion questions, we have marked forces according to with respect to earth, because earth is the inertial frame which is used to mark the forces. Okay, therefore, if you are asked to mark the forces with respect to earth, do not think very deeply. Just mark the forces. Just mark the forces acting on this object. Okay. නිකම්ම අපි හරි normally අපි F equal මේ දාන්න mark කරන forces ටිකම mark කරන්න. එච්චර. හරිද? But it should be with respect to earth or with respect to ground. Okay. හරි. With respect to another frame, that will be differ. Okay. ඒ කියන්නේ වෙන frame එකකින් නම් බලනවා නම් ඒක වෙනස් වෙනවා. නමුත් ground එකකින් නම් බලනවා නම් ground එකකින් නම් බලන විදිහට forces mark කරන්න එනවා කියලා කියන පුතේ normal ඕගොල්ලෝ mark කරන forces ටික mark කරන්න කියන එක තමයි ඒකේ අදහස. හරිද? දැන් normally ඕගොල්ලෝ F equal m දාන්න mark කරන්නේ මේ forces දෙක විතරනේ. ඊට පස්සේනේ මේ forces දෙක resolve කරන්නේ. හරිද? resolve කළා resolve component mark කරන්න එපා. Okay? Do not mark resolve components. Mark the original force only. Mark the original force only. Okay? Because we are asked to mark force acting on this ball. Okay? We are not asked to mark the component of forces. We are not asked to mark the component of forces. We just ask, mark the forces. Therefore, do not mark the resolve component. Do not mark the resolve components, just mark the force only. Correct? Another? Okay. Shall we move to the next question? 10 identical machines produce certain So what is the answer for question number 6? What is the answer for question number 6? Ten identical machines produce a certain sound intensity level at a given point. In order to decrease the sound level by 10 decibel, the number of machines that has to be turned off. මේක බොහොම ප්‍රසිද්ධ ප්‍රශ්නයක්. මම කියන මේක 4-5 පාරක් දීලා තියෙනවා. ගිය පාරත් ආව මේක. හරි නේද? Okay. Sound intensity level. Sound intensity level. How to find sound intensity level? This is the equation. N is equal 10 times log I over I naught. I means intensity of particular sound. I naught means 10 to the power minus 12 or 10 to the power minus 12. Okay. Okay. Suppose I means the intensity of the particular sound. Suppose the intensity of the particular sound is increased by n times. Suppose the intensity of the particular sound is increased by simple n times. Okay. Now, what is the intensity level of what is the new intensity level? Did you understand my question? This is the intensity level equation. The question is, suppose the intensity of the particular sound is increased by simple n times. And my question was, what is the new intensity level of that particular point? Shall we solve that question? New intensity level N2. This is N1, okay? Log base 10. Now I is increased by simple n times. Simple n times I over I naught. Okay. So I can write it as log 10. I can write this one as this is a multiplication here. I can write this one n times. This is correct, no? Now look at this. There is a multiplication in between n and I know I naught. There's a multiplication within the logarithm function. Within the logarithm function, there's a multiplication in between n and I over I naught. If there's a multiplication, we can write it as an addition. No? You can write it as an addition. So n2 is equal 10 times log base 10 n plus 10 times log I over I naught. I over I naught. I write this one as addition. It is a rule of logarithm function. If there are multiplication, if there's a multiplication within the logarithm function, we can expand it as a addition. Addition. What is this one? 10 times log base 10 I naught is n1. No, this one is equal to n1. This one is equal to n1. Look at this one. That means m2 is equal 10 log base 10 n times n1. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? මේක තේරුණාද? I need responses. Did you understand, Buddha? මේක අතර තේරුණාද? Okay. Okay, I'm not going to erase this one. I will explain this one here. Okay. Look at this one. If you have log a times b log 10 to the power any power, any base a times b. If you have multiplication here, if you have multiplication here inside the logarithm function, suppose this base is a here x into y. If you have multiplication within the logarithm function, I can write it as log base a x plus log base a y. If there's a multiplication, I can write it as addition. Okay, I think you should learn this one in your O-levels. No, O-level කරලා නැති තියෙන එක. මම කියලා දෙන්න මේ කොහොමද එන්නේ කියලා මම කියලා දෙන්නද? Okay. If there is a multiplication, I can write it as addition. Actually, you have to learn logarithm rules of logarithm. Okay, rules of logarithm functions. Otherwise, you cannot solve these equations. The next rule is if you have a division. If you have a division, you can write it as a subtraction. If you have a power, that means log a x to the power n, you can write it as log. You can take the power into this location. Okay, this is main three rules of logarithm functions. Other rule is log a base a base a is equal to what? Okay. මුලින් මම ඒ ටික කියලා ඉන්නන්නේ. නැත් තේරුම් නැහැ. Do you remember that one? Where that those rules? Do you remember that rules? No. Okay, I will explain that one. Okay. Okay. What is a logarithm function? What is a logarithm function? Suppose there is 2 to the power x is equal y. Suppose there is a power 2 to the power x is equal to y. Okay. Then, if you remember that, that is okay. If you remember, that is okay. Okay. Yeah, that is those are the 4 rules. Okay. What is that one? First thing is log a to the power x into y. If there is a multiplication, I can write it as addition. Log ax plus log a to the power y. Then the second rule is, if there is a division x over y within logarithm function, I can write it as log base a x minus log base a y. Third one, log x to the power n. If there is a power inside the logarithm function, I can take it as n times log a base a x. The fourth one, log base a is equal what? Base a is equal what? Okay. And there's another one, special one, log base a 1. If there's 1, the answer should be 0. Answer should be 0. Okay. මේ මොකදද මේ a to the power 1 is equal a නේ පුතා. A to the power 1 is equal to a. A to the power 0 is equal to 1. That is the thing. Okay. Okay, those are the 5 rules of logarithm functions. If you cannot do not remember, please take a screenshot or please write this one. Those are the 5 rules. You have to remember this thing. Take a screenshot. Okay. Then I can go for the equation. Suppose my first intensity level is this one, base 10 I over I naught. My question was, this is the intensity of the particular object or sound source. My question was, if I increase the intensity of the particular source by n times, what would be the new intensity level? Okay. If I increase the intensity level by n times, what would be the new intensity level? So I can write it as n2 10 times log base 10. Now the intensity is equal n times I over I. So after that, I can reassemble this expression as a product. How to do that? 10 times log base 10 n into I over I naught. N into I over I naught. N into I over I naught. N times I over I naught means n into I over I naught. Both are same. So here I have rearranged the inside expression as a product. The one term is n, other term is I over I naught. The product of two terms, n and I over I naught. Therefore, I can write it as an addition, no? Because within the logarithm function there is a multiplication, so I can write it as an addition. So this is equal 10 times log 10 to the 10 base 10 n plus 10 times log I over I naught. Okay. What is this one? 10 times log base 10 I over I naught is this, no? That means n1. This is equal to n1. This is the old one, n1. Therefore, n2 is equal 10 log base 10 n plus n1. Did you get that? Did you get my point? Still not. I need your responses. Okay, thank you. This is very important equation. This is very important equation. Okay, look at this one. I can change n. I can change n and I can take a relationship between n1 and n2. Look at this one. N n2. Okay. Here there is the base is 10. Base is 10. Therefore, if I write some integral multiplication of 10 for simple n, then I can simplify that thing. Okay. Suppose n is equal 10. N is equal 10. If n is equal 10, then there is log base 10 10, no? Base 10 10. Base 10 means that is equal to 1. That is equal to 1. That is equal to 1. So if n is equal to 10, this part will be equal to 1. So the product is equal to 10. So n2 is equal n1 plus 10. n1 plus 10. n1 plus 10. No? n1 plus 10. Okay. I will add another column. Otherwise, you cannot understand. Log base 10 n. If n is equal to 10, log base 10 10 is equal to 1. Is equal to 1. Therefore, n2 is equal n1 plus 10. n1 plus 10. Suppose n is equal to 100. 100 means 10 to the power 2. No? 100 means 10 to the power 2. If n is equal 100, then log base 10, 10 to the power 2. 10 to the power 2 means you can take 2 here, then 10 to the power 10. That means 2. This is equal to 2. Base 10, 10 to the power 2 is equal to 2. Okay? 10 to the power 2 is equal to 2. So, if n is equal to 100, this will be 2. That means 2 times 10 means 20. Therefore, n1 plus 20. n1 plus 20. If n is equal to 1000, 1000 means 10 to the power 3. If it is 10 to the power 3, log base 10, 10 to the power 3. Base 10, 10 to the power 3 is equal to 3. If you expand this one, 10 to the power 3 is equal 10 to the power 3. It is equal to 3. So if n is equal 100, that part is 3. That means 10 times 3 is 30. So n1 plus 30. n1 plus 30. Okay. Okay. Take a screenshot of this one. Then I can erase and go to the other section. මේ ටේබල් එක ඕගොල්ලෝ අනිවාර්යෙන් මතක තියාගන්න ඕන ටේබල් එක. ගහලා මේක කොහේ හරි ටේබල් එකේ සේව් කරලා තියාගන්න. මේක අතිශය වැදගත් ටේබල් එකක් මම මෙයා දින්නේ. හරිද? Okay. Okay. Likewise, I can complete the table if n and n2. So if n is 10, if n is 10, n2 is n1 plus 10. If n is 100, that means 10 to the power 2. If n is 10 to the power 2, n2 is n2 plus 20, n2 plus 20. If n is 10 to the power 3, n2 is n1 plus 30. If likewise, if n is 10 to the power 4, n2 is n1 plus 40. Likewise, if n is equal 10 to the power n, 10 to the power n, this is equal n1 plus 10n. 10n. Fair enough. So what is the meaning of that? What is the meaning of that? Simple n means simple n is the number of time I increase the intensity. No, that is the number of time increase the intensity of the object. That means if I increase the intensity of the sound source by 10, intensity level will be increased by 10 decibel. 10 decibel. This is decibel, okay? 10 decibel. If I increase the intensity of a source by 100 times, the intensity level will be increased to 20 decibel. If I increase the intensity by 1000 times, the intensity level will be increased by 30 decibel. 30 decibel. Okay. So that means the intensity level, if I increase the intensity, by 10 to the power n times, the intensity level will be increased by 10n. 10n. Okay. So this is the relationship you have to remember. This relationship should be remembered. හරිද? තේරුණාද මේක ගත්ත විදිහ? This table should be remembered. Shall we go to the main question? Look at the question. 10 identical machines produce sound intensity level at a certain point in order to decrease the sound level by 10 decibel. What should be, what is the question? Now, sound level decreased by 10 decibel. If the sound level decreased by 10 decibel, then what should I do? I have to reduce that sound by 10 times. No, I have to reduce, not increase. I have to reduce that time, sound intensity by 10 times. No, now the first thing is there are 10 number of identical sounds. No, 10 number of identical sound source here. There are 10 number of identical sound source. If suppose the intensity produced by one sound source, the intensity produced by one sound source is I. Now, the intensity produced by the entire sound source, entire 10 sound source is equal 10/9. Now equal 10/9. No? Therefore, if all the instruments are vibrates, if all the instruments are vibrate, then it will be produce an intensity that is equal to 10/9. Okay, because one instrument, the intensity produced by one instrument equal I. Okay, therefore intensity produced by all the 10 instruments should be equal to 10I because they are identical instruments. Okay, that means initially the sound intensity, not intensity level, the sound intensity is 10I. This is the initial intensity. This is the initial intensity. Okay. Now, what should I do? I have to reduce the sound intensity by 10 decibel. I have to reduce the sound intensity by 10 decibel. Then what should I do? If you want to reduce sound intensity by 10 decibel, you have to decrease the intensity by 10 times. This is the other way, no? Other way of this one. Okay, you have to reduce the sound intensity by 10 times. That means initially it has 10I intensity. Now you should reduce this up to I. No, you should reduce this. You should reduce this up to I. Then you will reduce 10 decibel intensity level. You will reduce 10 decibel intensity level. Okay. Look at this one. Initially there was 10I intensity, and now there is only I. Only I. Only I means there is only one instrument here. Only one instrument. Initially there were 10 instruments here. Now I should reduce that by 10 times. Then it will become I. I means the intensity of one instrument. Therefore, 10 instrument will be reduced up to one instrument. That means I have to turn off 9 instruments. No, I have to turn off 9 instruments. So I have to turn off 9 instruments. Did you get my point? Everyone? I need the responses. Okay. Then, shall we do some example? Okay. Let's do this one. 2005. But answer again. You can take within your mind. Don't write anything. Meanwhile, if you want to take a screenshot, you can take that one. But अग्गल बला सकते हैं. එකද? What happened here? What happened here? Is it increase or decrease? Is it increase or decrease? Look at the question again. Look at the question again. Initially, there was a one person, no? Initially, there was, yeah, increase, no? It is increase. There was a one person, no? Initially, there was a one person, and he produced 50 decibel. Then, the number of persons are increased up to 10. That means the intensity is increased by 10 times. Yeah, now you got the answer. Okay. Initially, there was only one person. There is only one person. He produced 50 decibel at the center. Then, after that, the number of persons are increased by 10 times because at the end, there were 10 persons. Therefore, number of persons is increased by 10 times. That means I is increased by 10 times. If it is increased by 10 times, the intensity level will be increased by 10 decibel. 10 decibel. That means initially it was 50, now it should be 60. 60 decibel. Answer is third one. Correct. Look at this one. Look at this one. The last year's question. 10 identical measuring instrument. බලන්න ඒකමයි නේද කියලා. Look at the question 2005. The same question with the same numbers used in the 2022. There's a little bit different, but the question is same. Give me the answer. Again, 10 identical measuring instruments placed along the circumference of a circle produces sound intensity level of 50 decibel at the center of the circle. How many identical musical instrument plays along the circumference are needed to produce a 60 decibel? Look at this again. Look at this again. Look at this again. Hmm? There is a small tricky question. Okay. You should know you have to increase the intensity by 10 times. No, I actually you know that thing. That's why you choose question answer number one. Okay. That is why may answer number here. Answer number one here. Okay. You know, if you want to increase the decibel, if you want to increase the sound intensity level by 10 decibel, you have to increase the intensity by 10 times. No, that is the answer. But the thing is, it is not the question. Look at the question. Read very carefully. Look at the question. What is the question? How many identical musical instrument plays along the circumference? Initially, there were 10 numbers. No, initially there were 10 identical musical instruments. Okay, initially, Uta, there were 10. There were 10 identical musical instruments. Okay. Therefore, you have to increase this by 10 times. Okay. If there was one musical instrument, then definitely you have to increase it's up to 10. It is correct. But in this question, initially there were 10 identical musical instruments and they produce 50 decibel here. Now you have to increase it up to 60 decibel. Therefore, you have to increase the intensity by 10 times. So you have to increase this by 10 times. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? Suppose if you want to write an equation, suppose the intensity produced by one instrument, the intensity okay, intensity produced by one instrument is I. Suppose then initially there was a intensity 10 9, no? There was an intensity by 10 is equal to 10 9. Okay. Now you have to increase the decibel value by 10 times. I mean the 10. No, you have to increase the sound intensity level by 10 decibel. If you want to increase the 10 sound intensity level, you have to increase the intensity by 10 times. 10 times. So you have to increase this by 10 times. So it should be 100i. If it is 100i, that means there are 100 identical instruments. There are 100 identical instruments. Okay. Look at the question. Look at me. Normally, if there is a question similar to past paper question, read it very carefully. That's why I may choose that question. Okay. If there is a question in your paper, if there is a question very much similar to the past paper questions, do not excite. Do not excite. Read it very carefully. Okay. Because you can solve these questions using your past experience. If you have done past papers, you can apply that experience to solve that question. But that questions might be changed. That questions might be changed. Okay. There might be some small changes. Okay. Therefore, read it very carefully. Then apply your knowledge. Okay. Don't be excited. Okay. Because normally, if you look into the question, you can see this is the same question I have done earlier. Okay. But If you have that kind of feeling, read the question another time, one more time. Okay, read it one more time and verify the question is similar question or not. Okay, but the most important thing is go for the basic. Go for the basic. Don't give the answers from your uh, don't give answers as you remember, because some students can get the answers because he or she remember that answer. Okay, but don't do that. Let's go for the question and solve the question. Okay, again, question number 7. What is the answer for question number 7? Question number 7. Question number 7. Figure shows the mass of fuel in a rocket decrease with time. Okay, when it moves away from the earth perpendicular to the earth surface, if the atmospheric resistance is disregarded, and the thrust produced by the fuel is constant throughout the not even- constant throughout, which of the following graph best represent the variation of velocity? Harry. Look at this one. Now there is a rocket. Okay, there is a rocket. There is a rocket puta. Now, from this rocket, okay, according to the figure, now there is a combustion gases. Now this rocket expels this gas into the atmosphere. Due to that expels, what will happen? There will be a reaction force, because once the gas goes to that go to the atmosphere, then definitely the atmosphere will be there will be a force applied by this gas towards the atmosphere. According to Newton's third law, there will be a reaction force exerted on the rocket surface. Okay. Okay, rocket. Actually, the rocket exhausts this gas into the atmosphere. Therefore, there will be a force on the atmosphere. According to Newton's third law, there will be a reaction force exerted on the rocket surface by the atmosphere, by the exhausted gas. Okay. This force is used to produce the acceleration of the rocket. Okay, this force is used to produce the acceleration of the rocket. Okay, look at this one. According to given data, this exhaustion, the exhausted gas, is a constant. Okay, is a constant. That means the volume of exhausted gas per unit time is a constant. That means the mass, therefore the exhausted gas, the volume of exhausted gas, exhausted gas, the volume of gas exhausted per unit time is a constant. Okay, that means what will happen? In this question, it is given the thrust produced by the fuel. That means this one. This is the thrust. No, the normal response is called as thrust. This produced by the fuel is constant. That means F is constant. Okay. That means the applied force on the rocket is a constant throughout the time. Okay, throughout the time. But due to this exhaustion, there is a exhausted gas. Due to this reduction of gas within the rocket, the mass of the rocket will be reduced. Okay, that is given by in this graph. Okay, the mass reduction is given by in this graph. This is the mass reduction according to the given data. According to given data, F is a constant. Therefore, if I apply F equal ma into the rocket, F equal ma into the rocket, F is a constant. If F is a constant, ma product should be constant. But according to the given data, m decreases because gas is exhausted. Therefore, m decreases. So if m decreases, A should be increased. It should be increased because F is a constant. Therefore, during the combustion, what will happen? M decreases, but A, acceleration increases. Therefore, during this operation, acceleration is not a constant. It should be increased. But force, it is a constant. So force is a constant, but acceleration should be increased. You have to choose a velocity time graph that is shown the increase of acceleration. So the answer should be answer number 5. Look at this answer number 5. Look at the answer number 5. You know, in the velocity time graph, acceleration is shown by the gradient. In answer number 5, you can clearly see the gradient is increase with time. It is increases with time. Therefore, this is the graph that is shown the increase of acceleration. Okay. Therefore, answer number is answer number 5. Okay. Then I will do the 19th question. 19th question. That should be corrected by this method. Answer should be corrected. Does not change and acceleration of the rocket increases. Okay, that should be corrected. The same question here, but it is given in a word. Look at this one. A rocket burning fuel at a constant velocity expels the combustion gas at a constant velocity relative to the rocket. What does that mean? What does that mean? A rocket burning fuel at a constant velocity expels the combustion gas at a constant velocity relative to rocket. Constant velocity relative to rocket means the momentum change. The momentum change is a constant during the time because the velocity, the constant velocity with respect to rocket. That means the exhausted gas has a velocity constant throughout the time. Therefore, momentum change of this rocket will be a constant. Okay. Momentum change is a constant mean momentum change is a force. Therefore, force exerted by this gas on the rocket is a constant. Okay. In the previous question, it is given. In this question, it is not given, but you have to decide that thing using this statement. What is the statement? The rocket burning fuel at a constant velocity expels the combustion gas at a constant velocity relative to the rocket. Okay. Therefore, the exhausted gas, the velocity of the exhausted gas is a constant. That means the change of momentum is a constant. Other one are also same. Therefore, the answer is answer number 2. The correct answer number 2. The force does not change, but acceleration increases due to decrease of mass. Okay, the same question, therefore no need to do it again, but it is in the word, it is in the sentence, it is in as a sentence. That's why I choose that one. So the correct answer is answer number 2. Force does not change, acceleration increases. Okay, that is 19. Question number 19. Okay, let's go for question number 8. Question number 8. Question number 8. What is the answer for question number 8? Read it. Okay, look at this. In this case, we ask something like this. Suppose there's a mass floating in liquid vessel. If this vessel move with a constant acceleration in upward direction, what will happen to the submerged height? That is the question. Okay, look at this. In order to do that, submerged height directly depends on the upthrust. No, you know the upthrust. Upthrust is equal V rho G. V rho G is the factor that depends the that affect the submerged height. Okay. Okay, I will explain that one. Before that one, tell me what is the definition of upthrust? What is that one? Upthrust. What is the upthrust? මොකක්ද upthrust කියලා කියන්නේ? Tell me. What is the upthrust? What is upthrust? Actually, I will explain that one. Okay, I will explain that one. The concept of upthrust. Okay, now I am going to explain the concept of upthrust. Actually, you have to learn this thing. Okay, please listen to this thing very carefully. It is very important thing. Okay, the concept of upthrust. Look at this thing, this figure. Actually, this is the first figure. Okay, this is the second one. This is the first one. This is the second one. Suppose this is the fully of liquid. Okay, this is the fully of liquid. And after that, I'll have place some mass in this liquid. Due to this mass, this much of volume has been displaced due to this mass. Okay. Therefore, I have drawn this one in this figure. So this volume, this liquid volume will be displaced once I place this mass. Okay. This actually now this is the liquid. Okay. Now this is liquid. This volume will be displaced by this mass. Okay. Okay. Therefore, I have drawn this liquid as a separation with a separation. Okay. Look at this one. According to the equilibrium, now this liquid column, now this liquid square or something, liquid column or liquid object. This is a liquid object. This is the liquid. Okay. This is the liquid object. So now this liquid object, initially it was in the equilibrium condition. It was in the equilibrium condition. So if it is in the equilibrium condition, definitely its weights mg should be equal to the reaction force exerted on this object by the lower surface. No, there should be a reaction force exerted by this lower surface on this liquid object. Therefore, initially this mg and r should be equal to each other. Then this liquid object will be, this liquid object was at a equilibrium condition. Okay. Therefore, at the beginning, mg is equal to r. So this liquid object was at the equilibrium condition. Okay. Then once I place this mass, this solid mass in this liquid vessel, what will happen? This liquid object will be displaced. No, it will be displaced. Then there won't be any liquid object here, but there is a object. There is this mass. Okay. Now there is no any liquid object here. Now there is no any liquid object here, but now it is replaced from this mass. Okay. Therefore, now the reaction force exerted by this lower surface is act on this surface. Okay. Did you understand? Initially, this reaction force act on this liquid object, but now this liquid object is displaced. No, it is displaced. So this reaction force now exerted on this object, okay. That is called as the upthrust. According to the previous figure, this upthrust should be equal to the mg. Mg means the weight of displaced water or liquid. Did you understand the concept of upthrust? This is the concept of upthrust. Okay. තේරුණාද? මේ හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න මේ concept එක නැතුව ඉතින් එහාට ගොඩක් තැන් අපිට අමාරු වෙනවා. This is the concept of upthrust. Initially there was a liquid object here. It has been displaced. By this mass. Okay. Initially, according to the equilibrium condition of this liquid object, its weight should be equal to the reaction force exerted by this lower surface. Now the liquid object has been displaced by this object. So now the reaction force is applied on this object. That reaction force is called as the upthrust. According to this equation, upthrust is equal to the weight of liquid object. Weight of liquid object means weight of displaced water or liquid. Okay. So that is the concept of upthrust. Okay. Suppose now you are moving. Now you move. Now this vessel is moving in upward direction with a acceleration. This is the initial case. Therefore, R means upthrust. Okay, U upthrust. Therefore, U is equal to mg. That is called as V rho G. Okay. Okay. Now the second case. The second case is now this vessel is moving with a acceleration. No. Vessel is raised upward with a constant acceleration. No. Now it is raised upward with a constant acceleration. Then now we can calculate the value of U. Now this liquid object is not in an equilibrium condition because initially it is on the ground. No. Previously this vessel is in the stable condition. Therefore, all the things were in equilibrium condition. Now this object, this vessel is raised upward direction with a acceleration. If there is an acceleration, all objects should have that acceleration. Therefore, all the objects are not in equilibrium condition because all should have that acceleration. Now I can apply F equal ma to this liquid object. If I apply F equal ma into this liquid object, what will happen? U minus mg is equal to ma. U minus mg is equal to ma. Therefore, now U is equal m times g plus a. What will happen? The upthrust is changed. Upthrust is changed because there is a acceleration here. Okay. Then now we can go to the next step. Okay. Okay. Now what will happen? What happened? Initially, Putta, you can see, initially the upthrust is equal to the mg. Therefore, suppose this volume is V. Therefore, suppose this height is h. This one is a. So volume is a h, no Putta? So I can write this one as mg. No. මේක ගන්නම් මෙතන m තියෙනව නේද? Okay, simple m තියෙනවා. So I will take this one and capital M. Otherwise it will be capital M is the weight of the object. Okay, capital M. So this is equal V rho G. Okay. So this is how we calculate upthrust. Initially the upthrust is equal to the mass of this object. Okay, my weight of this object. This object is mg. The weight of this object is mg. Therefore, initially, simple mg is equal V rho G. G will be cancelled out. Therefore, V is equal m over rho. V is volume. Okay. This is the initial case. Then the second case, this is raised with a acceleration. This is raised with a acceleration. So if I apply F equal ma to m mass means this object. If I apply this F equal ma to this one, then I can write U. This is U2. Now second upthrust. U2 minus mg is equal m times A. M times A. No? U2 minus mg is equal m times A. Okay. Say another. Oh, not U2. U කියලා දාගන්නකෝ. නැත්නම් ඔක පැටලෙනවනේ. Now I have applied F equal MA, F equal MA into this object. So if I apply F equal MA into this object, upthrust, the upthrust is equal, upthrust minus mg, upthrust minus mg is equal to MA. Okay. Therefore, this one is equal M times G plus A. M plus G plus A. Okay. Then up to this level, did you understand? I have to raise this board. Do you have any question up to this level? Okay. Shall I erase the board? Okay. Okay. Take a screenshot. Okay. F equal MA to M mass. Therefore, U minus mg is equal to MA. Therefore, U is equal M times G plus C. Take a screenshot. I think it is better to write U2. Okay, U2. Okay, because U is here. This is the second case upthrust. No, second case upthrust is equal this one. Okay. Then I can write this one. Then U2 means V dash rho what will happen? V dash rho. Look at this one. Initially U is equal to capital Mg. U is equal to capital Mg. No? Therefore, it is equal to V rho G. M is V rho. Now V rho G. But finally, the second case, this is the second case. Upthrust is equal to M times G plus A. M is V rho, so I can write this as V rho G plus A. This is the upthrust. Now the upthrust is equal V rho G plus A. M is equal to V rho, no? V rho G plus A. So I can write upthrust as V rho G plus A. Therefore, I can write the upthrust as V rho G plus A here. V rho G plus A. Therefore, where now V change. I don't know V. Now I want to write. I want to find the V. No. So V dash rho G plus A is equal is equal m g plus c. mg plus c. Okay. Therefore, g plus c will be cancelled out. Therefore, v dash is equal m over rho. M over rho. This is b. This is c. This is b. This is c. Look at this one. Initial displaced volume and the final displaced volume are same. Are same. There is no change. There is no change. That means the initial submerged height and the final submerged height are equal. There is no change. There is no change. Okay. Did you understand? Actually, there is a very small thing to remember. There's a very small thing to remember. If you apply a constant acceleration to a body, that acceleration actually this object should be that every part of this system should have that acceleration. Therefore, due to this acceleration, the apparent weight, the weight will be changed. Weight will be changed. Initial weight is mg. Initially the object, liquid object has capital Mg weight. Now the weight is g plus c. It is converted to g plus c. No, now it is converted to g plus c because now it has acceleration here. Now it has actually initially it has only gravitational acceleration, but now it has another acceleration parallel to the gravitational acceleration. Okay, therefore its apparent weight is changed. Okay, it is now m, not initially it is mg. It is initially it is mg. Now that should be capital. Okay, that should be capital. Sorry, this should be capital mg. Capital mg is liquid column, liquid phase. Okay. Initially it was capital Mg. Now it was capital Mg plus a, G plus a. Okay. Therefore, initially the upthrust is V rho G. The final upthrust is V rho G plus a. Therefore, upthrust is changed. Upthrust is changed, but this additional element is used to supply the acceleration. Therefore, submerged height will not be changed. Okay, that is the reason. You can take a screenshot. Ninth one. Okay, a flywheel of momentum of inertia 9 kg about its perpendicular axis through the center is connected to motor. The motor accelerates the flywheel from the rest to 600 revolution per minute, neglecting frictions. The work done on flywheel. Actually, in this case, what is the work done here? the flywheel was at the rest condition. No, that means it was at the rest condition. Then what have done here is we have given 600 revolutions per minute. So here 600 revolutions per minute for the flywheel. By applying some torque. Okay. So we are asked to find what is the work done here. What is the work done? So what is the work done here? Initially the flywheel was at the rest condition. Now it has a rotational kinetic energy. Initially it doesn't have a kinetic energy because it was at a rest condition. Now it has a circular, it has a angular speed. Therefore, now it has a rotational kinetic energy. So work done is supplying that rotational kinetic energy. Therefore, the work done is supplying that rotational kinetic energy. How to find rotational kinetic energy? Half I omega squared. Half I omega squared. I is given, it has 9, and omega means 600 revolution per minute. 600 revolution per minute means per minute. 600 revolutions, but that means it is rotated 600 times per minute. That means the rotated angle means 25 times 600 per minute. So per second you have to divide it by 60, take the square root. Okay. So that means this is 100. So not 110, no? 10 means 100. So that is equal 1,800 pi square. Answer number 2. 10th question. It is about simple harmonic motion. Yeah, in the simple harmonic motion, suppose this is the equilibrium point. And this object is move from here to here and go down and come up to here. This is a simple harmonic motion of this object. So the maximum velocity of a simple harmonic motion normally is at the equilibrium point. Okay. This is the velocity maximized at the equilibrium condition, at the equilibrium level. That means x equals 0 level, v will be max. Then if this object comes to this level, what will happen? It will be, the velocity of this object will be 0. That means v will be 0. So The object has a maximum velocity at its equilibrium level, and it has a zero velocity at the highest point of the simple harmonic motion. You can understand this one using a swing. I think all of you have played that game, no? Swing. Suppose this is a swing. Okay. Okay. Suppose these kids play this game. So what will happen during the playing this game? You can clearly understand if I draw a cross section. If I draw a cross section here, suppose this kid swing around this point. Suppose if these kids come to this level, that means the highest point. If we come to the highest point, what happens? The velocity will be 0. Then it go to the other end. No, he go to the other end. When he goes to the other end, once he come to the lowest point, lowest means the starting point. Starting point means the equilibrium point. The velocity will be the highest. No, it will be the highest. Then it becomes then it reduces again and again. Then again come to the other end. When it comes to the other end, at this point the velocity will be the highest. Then again velocity will be reduced. Okay, so the velocity of a simple harmonic motion will be, actually it is maximum at its equilibrium point, and it is 0 at the highest point. Therefore kinetic energy highest at the 0 level, and it is 0 at the highest level. Kinetic energy. The other thing, the potential energy. Look at the potential energy. So if it is the potential 0 level, the highest potential energy has the highest level. The lowest potential energy has the in the lowest level. Therefore, kinetic energy highest at this point, potential energy 0 at this point. Kinetic energy 0 at this point, potential energy highest at this point. Therefore, the most suitable graph should be the second one. No? Look at this. Kinetic energy is 0. Sorry, kinetic energy is maximum at the 0. Potential energy 0 at the 0. Okay. And kinetic energy means K, no? K 0 at the highest point, V potential energy highest at the highest point. And the total energy should be a constant because it should be adhere to the energy conservation law. Therefore, total energy should be a constant. Therefore, answer is answer number 2. Okay. Then question number 11. There is a U-tube here, Buddha, U-tube. In this tube, there are two limbs, but the cross-section area of two limbs are differ. Okay. This is the OA point. Okay. Suppose if I pour some water here, either in this section, this one or this one, then definitely, suppose what is at this level? Then definitely there will be some water in the this capillary tubes. Okay. Okay. Then what will happen? What will happen when I pour some water from here or from here? What will happen? As this is a capillary tube, the water will be increased with H. Increased with water. H. By considering this graph, look at this graph. You can clearly see, although H is 0, simple H cannot be 0. No, because H is measured by this from this level. No, puta. H is measured by this level. Therefore, although this is 0, this cannot be 0. It should have some height. Okay. Therefore, it cannot be 0. Simple H cannot be 0. Simple H cannot be 0, although H is 0. Okay. Therefore, answer number 5 and answer number 2 can be rejected. Then again, H is not a constant. Simple H is not a constant because once we pour the water, definitely it should be increased. No. Once we pour the water, definitely simple H and capital H both are increased. Therefore, H cannot be constant. Simple H cannot be constant. As the water is poured, simple H should be increased. Therefore, third answer can be omitted. Okay. Now there are two choices, 1 and 4. Look at the fourth one. It is a curved one, no curved one. But you know the astrology means pressure. Pressure is not a parabolic relationship. So if you this is related to pressure is equal H rho G. Therefore, pressure and H have a linear relationship, not a parabolic relationship. Therefore, definitely this should have a linear relationship. Therefore, answer number 4 also omitted. Therefore, the correct one should be answer number 1. Answer number 1. Okay. Therefore, answer number 1, it is the correct one because there are few arguments. What are the arguments? Even this is 0, H cannot be 0. H cannot be 0 here because H should have some value. H should have some value because this is a capillary tube. This is a capillary tube. So, because H is measured by this one, therefore, this should have some value. Then, the H cannot be constant. H cannot be constant. That means it should be varied with pouring water. Once you pour the water, it should be increased. Okay. Therefore, the correct answer is answer number 1. Okay. The 12th question. It is asked the magnitude of the velocity of the particle is the largest. That means the magnitude of velocity. This is ST curve. In ST curve, velocity represented by the gradient. Therefore, the magnitude of the gradient is the largest section should be determined. The magnitude of gradients means y over x. Therefore, y over x should be greatest in this section. A to B, you can clearly see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 y's over 1, 2, 3, 4 a, 4x. B to C, it is clearly see 6 plus 4, 10y over 1, 2, 3. It is clearly see now. I can see B to C is the highest gradient because it has 10y sections, 10y units, and only 2.5 x units. Therefore, it should be the greatest gradient. Okay. Then the 13th question. Actually, there's a missing one. The initial wave should be something like this. Actually, it is missed in the paper. You should draw this one, otherwise I will send the corrected paper. That should be drawn. Okay. Therefore, we have to determine what is the correct reflected wave. You know, this is a smooth ring here. Therefore, this should be a smooth reflection. No, this is a smooth reflection. Therefore, no change in phase. That means there isn't any phase change. You can see clearly when this wave comes to this end, the initial point has zero displacement, and when it comes to this level, the displacement is increased. Displacement increases and then again decreases at this. So this is the pattern of phases of particular points. So if there is no phase changes here, so the reflected wave should have same category, same phase. That means the initial front point should have zero displacement. Then the displacement should increases and this should be, this point should have zero displacement. Okay, so this is the reflected wave. Normally phase. What is the phase? Phase is the, actually, if any 2 point have same phase, that means they have same displacement with respect to its original position. Original position means equilibrium level. With respect to equilibrium level, it has same displacement. Okay, therefore the initial the displacement of initial point is zero here. Therefore reflected wave should have same displacement at its initial point. Okay, so the correct answer is answer number 2. Answer number 2. Fourteenth one. A car covers the first half of a certain distance with speed v1 and second half with speed v2. The average speed during the whole journey. What is the average speed? Average speed is equal, V average is equal total distance over total time. Total distance over total time. Okay. Total distance means in here according to the question there are two segments. No, the first half of the distance, the first half of the distance, the car travels with v1 speed. Suppose this half is s. The second half of distance is journey. This car travels with v2 speed. Okay. Therefore, total distance displaced is equal to 2s. 2s is equal to 2s. Look at this one. I have taken the first half. The distance of first half is s as the second half. Okay. Therefore, according to the given data, the car has moved with v1 velocity in this first half and with v2 constant velocity in the second half. So the total distance displaced is equal to s plus s 2s. The total time, how to take total time? Total time means time taken in the first half plus time taken in the second half. Time taken in the first half can be determined by dividing s over v. S over v1. S over v1 is t, no? S over v1 is t. S equal ut, no? Therefore, t is equal s over u. So the time taken for the first half is equal s over v1, and the time taken for the second half is equal s over v2. Or s will be cancelled. 1 over v1, 1 over v. That means 2 v1 v2 over v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2. So the answer is 2 times v1 v2 over v1 plus v2. That is the average velocity. Average velocity. Okay. Then the next question, 16th one. Sorry, 15th one. A stone drop from the top of tower travels 25 meters last second of its journey, the highest of the height of the tower. How to solve that one? In this case, you have to use this equation. Xn is equal u plus a over tu 2n minus 1. What is that one? The displacement in nth second. Displacement in nth second is equal to the initial velocity plus a over 2 the nth second. That means if it is 10th second, n should be equal to 10. If it is 5th second, n should be equal to 5, something like this. So displacement in nth second is equal to, you can find this from this equation. Okay. Now in this question, it is given the displacement of the object in the last second is equal to 25. I don't know last second, so I have to determine the last second. Then I can determine the time taken for the motion. Okay, so I can find the last second using this equation. So displacement in the last second is 25. As it is drop, the u will be 0. It will be 0 plus a means gravitational acceleration. It is 10. So 10 over 2 means 5 times 2n minus 1. Therefore, 5, 25, 10. So n should be equal to 3 seconds. That means the time taken for the motion is 3 seconds. Then you are asked to find h. You are asked to find h. So you can use s equal ut plus at squared. S equal ut plus at. So u means 0. U means 0 plus half a t squared means 9. That means answer is 45 meter. Answer is 45 meter. Answer is 45 meter. So the correct answer is answer number 1. Answer number 1. It is 45 meter. Then 16th one. A ball is projected vertically upward with a certain velocity. Another ball of same mass is projected horizontally 60 degree with the same speed. The ratio between maximum height at which the two balls can reach. Maximum height. How to solve this one? Projectiles. So I will erase this one. You can take these screenshots. Okay. Whether it is a vertical projectile or inclined projectile, the maximum height directly proportional to the u squared, no? U squared. Okay. It is directly proportional to the u squared. U squared in upward direction. Therefore, in this case, you have to find the initial speed in upward direction. Initial speed in upward direction. In this case, initial speed is u. In this case, it is U cos 30 sine 60, that means root 3 over 2. Root 3 over 2. Okay. Therefore, initial upward speed of this object, initial upward speed of this object is u. This one is u root 3 over 2. So the ratio is then 2 to root 3. 2 to root 3. That is the ratio of initial speed. But the height, the maximum vertical height is directly proportional to u square. So you have to take the square of this ratio. So it should be 4 to 3. It should be 4 to 3. Therefore, the height ratio should be equal to 4 to 3. 4 to 3. That's the shortcut method. You don't want to apply any equation because h is equal to h is directly proportional to u square. No? Then 17th one. The 17th one. An object of mass 1 kg is placed on a floor of a truck traveling on horizontal straight path. The coefficient of static friction between the object and the floor is 0.6. Where the truck is moving with an acceleration of 5 ms minus 2, the force of friction of the object is. Look at this one. Okay. If you want to take a screenshot, you can take. Okay. Okay. Look at this one. Now, suppose this is a body of the truck. Now, there is a mass on the truck. Now, truck moves with acceleration of 5 ms minus 2 into this direction. Once the truck moves in this direction, there is a relative motion with this object. No? With this object. Now, truck moves in this direction. Then, what will happen? This object will move backward direction. Try to move backward direction with respect to relative to this truck. No? Therefore, there will be a frictional force acting on this object into the forward direction, into the forward direction. This is the friction force. Okay. Do not write the friction force equal mu r, because friction force is equal to mu r is only when this object is in limiting condition. Okay. If this object is in the limiting condition, f is equal to mu r. Otherwise, f cannot be equal to mu r. It is not equal to mu r. Okay, it is less than mu r. Therefore, if this object is in limiting condition, then f is equal to mu r. Otherwise, it is not equal to mu r. Okay, so that is the logic you have to consider to solve this equation. Solve this question. In this question, it is not mentioned this object is in the limited condition. Therefore, it is not in the limited condition. Okay, so you have to find f using f equal ma equation. Otherwise, you cannot apply f equal mu r. Okay, that is wrong. That is wrong. That's why it is given the static friction value, static friction coefficient also, because if you do not know about the theory, you can apply f equal mu r. So it is wrong. F is equal mu r only if the object is in the limiting condition. Okay. If it is not in the limited condition, we cannot use that equation. It is where you have to write that one very clearly and remember. Okay. So how to find that? Then how to find the friction value? Actually, now this system, now the entire system has an acceleration into this direction. If the entire system has an acceleration into that direction, this object should have that acceleration too. So how to find that acceleration? How to find the acceleration? Yes, from the friction value, no? There is a friction value into the front direction. Therefore, this object value to provide this acceleration. Therefore, this is the force which is used to provide that acceleration. Therefore, I can apply F equal ma to this object. So F is the frictional force into this direction. M is 1 kg, and acceleration is 5. Therefore, in this case, frictional force is 5 Newton. 5 Newton. Okay. If you apply F equal mu r, you can clearly see mu is 0.6, no? Mu is 0.6. Then mj is 10. Therefore, maximum friction value is 6. Now, it is 5, no? So, it is not come to the limiting condition. Still, it is in the lower value. Okay. 18th one. A tuning fork. A tuning fork with frequency 200 makes 5 beats per second with vibrating object B. When the frequency of B slightly increased, the number of beats per second with the tuning fork is less than 5, the initial frequency of B. Okay. Look at this. Now there is a tuning fork. It has a frequency of 200. So the object B should have a frequency either 195 or 205, no? 195 or 205, no? It should have 205 or 195. Okay? Because initial beats frequency is 5. Therefore, the frequency of B should be either this value or this value. Then what happened? When the frequency of B slightly increase, that means this value is either this value or this value is increased. Then the number of beats per second with the tuning fork is less than 5. That means beat frequency is reduced. That means the gap between this one and this one, or this one and this one, will be reduced. Look at this. If now you can make the argument. Okay. If you choose this value, when this value increases, you can clearly see it go beyond the this beyond away from this value. No, when this value increases, go away from this value. That means the gap between 200 and this value increases. No, therefore this cannot be happen. But look at this value. If you choose this value, when this value increases, it decreases, no? 95, 96, 97, no? It's 2 decreases. When this value increases, the gap will be decreased. So the suitable value should be this one. Therefore, the B, the frequency of B should be this one, 195. Then actually, when you calculate in beat frequencies, you can write this kind of figure. You can write this kind of figure. Then mark the change. According to the given data in this according to this figure, according to discussion, the change is increase in the frequency of B. This is the change. Okay. Then determine what will happen once you done this. Once you do this change. Once you do this change, what will happen to the beat frequency, whether it is reduced or increased. Okay. Then once you determine that one, then you can make an argument. If it is increased, the gap will be increased. If it is matched with your argument, then you can choose this one. When it is increased, the gap between these two will be decreased. If that one matches with your argument, then you can choose this one. Okay, that is a way of make an argument to choose a correct frequency in beat questions. Okay, 19th question was done. 20th one. A wave of frequency 10 Hertz in certain medium has a velocity of 100 ms minus 1. the distance between two adjacent points where the displacement at any this instance is 0. What should you do? You have to apply V equal F lambda, no? You have to apply V equal F lambda. You have to apply V equal F lambda. Okay. V is 100, F is 10. So lambda should be equal to 10. But this is not the answer. This is not the answer. The question was the distance between two adjacent points where the displacement at any instance is 0. That means this kind of one. Two adjacent point with 0 displacement. Two adjacent point with 0 displacement. So you have to determine the distance between two adjacent point with 0 displacement. Therefore, you have to find the half of the lambda. The half of the lambda. Okay, not the lambda, the half of the lambda. Lambda over 2. Okay. Distance between two adjacent points with 0 displacement. Okay. So lambda is 10, therefore half lambda is 5. Therefore answer number 3, 5 centimeter. 5 centimeter. 5 centimeter. Okay. Okay. That is the answer for this question. I think there are additional question paper, Puta. You should do that question paper and send me your answers. If there is any question to be asked, please ask from me. And tomorrow there will be the paper class for single medium students. So single medium students can participate for that one. හෙට සිංහල මාධ්‍ය පන්ති පැවැත්වෙන පොතේ පේපර් ක්ලාස් එකේ. එතකොට සිංහල මාධ්‍ය පන්තියේ කොහොමත් මම පවත්වන්නේ සෙනසුරාදා සහ බ්‍රහස්පතින්දා අපි පුරුදු විදිහටම. ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම් ළමයින්ට මම ඒ ළමයිගේ පාර්ටිසිපේෂන් එකත් එක්ක ඩේට් එකක් දෙන්නම්. බලමු මේ ළමයිගේ පාර්ටිසිපේෂන් එකත් එක්ක. මොකද ගෲප් එකේ වැඩිපුරම ඉන්නේ සිංහල මීඩියම් දරුවෝ. ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම් දරුවෝ කීප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. එතකොට ඒ දරුවන්ගේ පාර්ටිසිපේෂන් එකත් එක්ක ඩේට් එක අපි ෆික්ස් කරගමු ඉදිරියේදී. හරිද? මම අද දවසේ මේ කතා කරේ. ඇත්තටම අද දවසේ මේ පේපර් එක ගොඩක් වැදගත් පේපර් එකක්. මොකද පාස් පේපර් ක්වෙස්චන්ස් සහ පාස් පේපර්ස් වලට අදාළ යන ක්වෙස්චන්ස් ටිකක් තමයි කරන්න තිබ්බේ. තව මට අර ඇඩිෂනල් ක්වෙස්චන්ස් ටිකක් කරන්න තියෙනවා. මම ඒක කරේ නැහැ වෙලාව මදි නිසා. අපි ඒක කතා කරමු. මොකද්ද එතනින් ගියාට පස්සේ මේ ක්වෙස්චන්ස් ටික අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕගොල්ලෝ ආයෙසරයක් බලන්න ඕනි. මොකද ආයෙපාර බලන්න නැතුව මේ ක්වෙස්චන්ස් කරලගේ තේරුමක් නැහැ. ඒකත් එක කියන ගමන්ම අපි ඊළඟට ඕගොල්ලන්ගෙත් එක ඩිස්කස් කරමු ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම් ක්ලාස් එක කොහොමද කරගෙන යන්නේ කියලා. හරිද? මම ඒක ඕගොල්ලන්ට දැනුම් දෙන්නම්. සහ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ පාර්ටිසිපේෂන් එක්ක තමයි කරන්න වෙන්නේ. පාර්ටිසිපේෂන් එක නැත්තම් කළා වැඩක් නැහැනේ. ඒකත් එක්ක ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ රික්වයර්මන්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අපි ඒක කරමු. හරි? හොඳයි. නැත්තම් සිංහල මීඩියම් ක්ලාස් එක සිංහල මීඩියම් ළමයිට කොහොමත් මම බ්‍රහස්පතින්දා සහ සෙනසුරාදා සුපුරුදුපාදී ක්ලාස් එක කරනවා. හරි? හොඳයි. එහෙනම් අපි අද ක්ලාස් එක නවත්තමු පුතේ. හැමෝටම සුබ දවසක් සුබ රාත්‍රියක්. ආයුබෝවන්.